Jesus, Savior, pilot me over life's tempestuous sea. Unknown waves before me roll, hiding rock and treacherous shoal. Chart and compass come from thee. Jesus, Savior, pilot me. As a mother steals her child, thou canst touch the ocean wild. Boisterous waves obey thy will. When thou sayest to them, be still, wondrous sovereign of the sea. Jesus, Savior, pilot me. When at last I near the shore, and the fearful breakers roar, twixt me and the peaceful rest, then while leaning on thy breast, may I hear thee say to me, fear not, I will pilot thee. May I hear thee say to me, fear not, I will pilot thee. Guide me, O thou great Yahweh, pilgrim through this barren land. I am weak, but thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. Bread of heaven, bread of heaven, feed me now and evermore. Feed me now and evermore. Open now the crystal fountain, whence the healing stream doth flow. Let the fire and cloudy pillar lead me all my journey through. Strong deliverer, be thou still my strength and shield. Be thou still my strength and shield. When I tread the verge of Jordan, bid my anxious fears subside. Death of death and hell's destruction, land me safe on Canaan's side. Songs of praises, I will ever give to thee. I will ever give to thee.
Okay, grace and peace to everyone. Good night. I am Sister Ashley Lee Iron, and I have with me here Brother Joel Lee Iron. We have Brother Michael Francis and Brother Tommy Thomas. And we are from the Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church in Trinidad and Tobago. And tonight we want to talk about the current situation happening in the Caribbean with regards to the potential war between the US and Venezuela. So, before we get into it, please let us start with a word of prayer. Okay, let us pray. Loving Father, which art in heaven, thou who art the Prince of Peace, thou who art the providential King, and we ought to put our trust in you because you have shown yourself to be superior. You have shown yourself to be God alone. You have shown yourself to be will for our existence. And once we are willing to do your will, we would have psychological peace, even though the world would be in an uproar. You have shown in the scriptures that in the end of time there will be wars and rumors of war. And this is exactly what we are seeing taking place, happening in the world. And as your people, we do ask you for conversion, for the experience of sinfulness. We ask you to help us to maintain conversion. We ask you to help us to submit our minds to your will for us, that in life or even in facing death, we would have the faith of Jesus Christ in our minds. And even if death would confront us, we would still have the faith of Jesus Christ in our mind because that is the ultimate, that is the ideal. And only the peace of Christ reigning in the heart would we be saved. So please be with us in a special way. Grant us your Holy Spirit of truth, that we may be able to properly interpret what is happening. These are the mercies we ask of you. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Yeah. Amen. Okay, so we want to start off with one scripture and just one chart with a quotation on it. And then we'll get straight into it because there's a lot of things that we want to look at and cover. We're going to start with the scriptures because we know that God, who came in a temple of flesh, which is Jesus, he gave some warnings to his followers. And more we are seeing the reality of those warnings taking place in the world, coming to pass in the world. So first we're going to start off in Matthew chapter 24, and we'll read verse 6. Matthew chapter 24, we'll read verse 6. So here, Jesus' disciples asked him, what will be the sign of his coming? And what would be the sign of the end of the world? And one of the things that Jesus warned about is war. So we're just going to read verse 6. It says, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. So in the end, we are told there's going to be wars and there's going to be rumors of wars. And when those wars when those wars are taking place, or when those rumors of wars are passing around, there are still other things to be fulfilled in prophecy, which we have to prepare ourselves for. But nevertheless, while we await those specific events outlined in prophecy to happen, we are told there's going to be wars and there is going to be rumors of wars. And we ought not to be naive. We ought not to be complacent or somehow living in some bubble thinking that, okay, well, wars mostly happen in the Middle East, we're not going to be affected, No, it could happen anyway. And we know that the Jews, seeking to carry out the religion of their Kabbalah, is seeking to set up their new world order. And in seeking to set up their new world order, where they want global communism, the World Economic Forum, in the words of the World Economic Forum's 2030 agenda, you will own nothing and be happy. And if we would own nothing and be happy, that means they will own everything. So they want totalitarian control. In order to have totalitarian control, they can't have such thing as sovereignty of nations, right? You can't have this nation in South America having its independence or having sovereignty and not be controlled. They can't have the nations owning their own things, their own resources. So obviously, those that are seeking to establish their new world order, to establish their global communism, to establish their totalitarian control where you would own nothing and be happy, according to them, then it would mean that they would have to own everything. It would mean that each nation would not possess sovereignty. Each nation would not possess ownership over their natural resources and all their resources. That's what owning nothing and be happy means, and that's the 2030 agenda, an agenda which almost all the countries in the world have signed up to, including Trinidad and Tobago, where we have signed up for Agenda 21, which is the same as Agenda 2030, which is the carrying out of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our people have been deceived to believe that when our governments sign up with the United Nations to carry out these Sustainable Development Goals, we somehow think that it is for the betterment of our country, the advancement of our country, both economically, financially, and otherwise. But rather, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is a scheme to gain their totalitarian controls and to gain their ownership of every resources in every country. Whilst the country think that they have sovereignty, they would not. And hence, because of this pursuit for totalitarian control, there would be wars and rumors of wars as some nations fight to keep and maintain their sovereignty and keep their private properties. Right? So that is what we are seeing taking place in the world today. And Jesus warned of it, and he said, when you see these wars and rumors of wars, you ought not to be troubled. Now, obviously, not being troubled psychologically, one has to be a follower of Christ, right? Because if you're unconverted, if you do not have the Prince of Peace as your king, it is inevitable that you would be troubled psychologically. You won't have peace. But with the character of Christ, with the religion of Christ, peace is promised. That even in a world that is in turmoil, one can maintain psychological peace. One can have security in Christ. That even if you lose everything, you won't lose your mind. You won't be like fish out of water. You won't fall into the chaos and the pandemonium of the world in their behavior when these things happen. So, with that said, I'm just gonna quote a statement, two statements from Mrs. White, and then we'll get straight into it. Okay? So I'm gonna share my screen. And this quote was used by Brother Medina on Sabbath in church when we were studying tokenization. And I thought it was fitting to what we wanted to look at tonight, right? So from last day events, page 11, Ellen G. White said these things, and it is true. When you consider the state of the world today, she said, the present is a time of overwhelming interest to all living. Rulers, statesmen, Men who occupy positions of trust and authority, thinking men and women of all classes, have their attention fixed upon the events taking place about us. And that is true. Right now, rulers, statesmen, men who occupy positions of trust and authority, thinking men and women of many classes, have their attention fixed upon the Caribbean today. Because there is wars and rumors of wars taking place. There are threats of wars, of a war upon Venezuela taking place. A potential war to happen right in the Caribbean here. And everyone is paying attention. Some people are learning about Trinidad and Tobago for the very first time because of the position that our foolish leaders have taken. She said, they are watching the relations that exist among nations. They observe the intensity that is taking possession of every earthly element. And they recognize that something great and decisive is about to take place. That the world is on the verge of a stupendous crisis. Again, she said, the calamities by land and sea, the unsettled state of society, the alarms of war are portentous. And when you look at society today, society is unsettled. Everyone had their eyes on what's taking place in Gaza, the genocide that Israel is performing on Gaza. People are taking note of what's happening in American politics with the Epstein files, with the killing of Charlie Kirk. And before any dust settles, there is another potential war to happen in South America, which is the Caribbean here. So there's an unsettled state of society, and there are alarms of war. She continued, she said, they forecast approaching events of the greatest magnitude. The agencies of evil are combining their forces and consolidating. They are strengthening for the last great crisis. Great changes are soon to take place in our world, and the final movements shall be rapid ones. So like Jesus said, didn't Jesus say, when you hear the wars and rumors of war, be not troubled, for the end is not yet. And the reason why he said that is because there are specific events that are to happen in the final great crisis. Outlined in Revelation 13, Revelation 17, Daniel 11. There are specific events that the entire world will culminate to. There are specific events that have to happen. And when we see this unsettled state of society, when we see the alarms of war, those are events that forecast approaching events. Because Satan and his evil angels are working. All these things are happening because Satan and evil angels are working and putting things in place that will culminate the events to something specific, which is the events concerning the mark of the beast and the global Sunday law, the setting up of the image of the beast, the persecution of the saints, and so on. That is what Satan and evil angels are preparing for. So, with that in mind, that is the kind of that's the bird's eye view that we ought to have of the events as they take place. So when we see all these things, we have to interpret it in light of those things. And in interpreting it in light of those things, we would see the lateness of time and the need to prepare. Because the things that are going to take place under the mark of the beast, everyone is going to be touched. Everyone in every nation, from the smallest child to the oldest adults, from the rich to the poor, From the common man on the streets to the richest man in the world, everyone is going to be affected when it comes to the final crisis. And we cannot face the final crisis without preparation. We cannot face it without the character of Christ. Right? So we ought to take these warnings seriously. Now, let us get straight into the things that we want to show. Right? So what I would start off with is this. Just give me one moment here. So there's so many things taking place, right? But let's start off with some just international news that is speaking generally on what is taking place, and then we'll get into some details, not all the details, some details, because there's a lot and time won't permit us to show everything tonight. And also we don't want to keep this too long because we want people to be able to at least endure a little bit and be informed, right? So let's start off first with Al Jazeera reporting on what's taking place, right? So we have an Al Jazeera journalist right now. Where is it? One moment. We have an Al Jazeera journalist right now in Trinidad and Tobago reporting on the news of the U.S. military ship coming to Trinidad. Just give me one moment to just find that back. No, not this one. It's another one. Okay. Let me play another one while I get this one. Right? Sorry. Take a look at this here.
Military campaign, a breach of the UN Charter, and an extrajudicial execution. And it's not just about the strikes, it's also become personal between the leaders. Donald Trump has trained his guns on the presidents of Colombia and Venezuela. The Colombian president is Gustavo Petro. Remember, the US and Colombia have been close allies in the region. They have been partners in the war on drugs for decades. But in recent months, the ties have nosedived and Colombia has hit back sharply. President Petro has said that he would take legal action in American courts. He's also called the US strikes acts of murder. Next door, Venezuela has also been furious. Like I said, the US has conducted several strikes off its coast. Venezuela's president is Nicolas Maduro. He says Washington is using the strikes as a cover for regime change. And he has warned that any attack on Venezuelan soil will be an act of war. But the US is doubling down. They have deployed warships, F-35 fighter jets, and even a nuclear submarine to the Caribbean. Thousands of American troops are on standby, ostensibly for a counter-narcotics operation. But in reality, it's turning into a geopolitical showdown. Washington says the strikes are necessary. The South American countries say they're acts of war. Clearly, this is no longer about drugs, though. It's about power and control.
And the people of the United States know it. They're making up a new eternal war. They promised that they will never enter a war, and they're making up a war that we will avoid. How? With the mobilization of the peoples of South America. As South America and the Caribbean all say, no to war, yes to peace, yes to prosperity, yes to harmony and living together.
The summary of what has happened today in international grounds is no other than the government of the United States have decided to choose as an ally in Colombia the mafia and has attacked who attacked the mafia so that the North American society stopped consuming so much cocaine.
He's a drug dealer. The president of Colombia is a drug dealer.
First, they came for Venezuela, and behind Venezuela, they are also coming for us. Here, the problem is not Petro. Here, the problem is not Maduro. Here, the problem is the people who have to face this situation.
The summary of what has happened today in international grounds is no other than the government of the United States have decided to choose as an ally in Colombia the mafia and has attacked who attacked the mafia so that the North American society stopped consuming so much cocaine.
He's a drug dealer. The president of Colombia is a drug dealer.
First, they came for Venezuela, and behind Venezuela, they are also coming for us. Here, the problem is not Petro. Here, the problem is not Maduro. Here, the problem is the people who have to face this situation.
Okay, so you saw that, right? I hope you were reading the captions. So right now, the Trump has ramped up U.S. military presence in the Caribbean in the name of fighting the drug cartels. But some of the details that we will go into, you would see that the aim, whilst there is a legitimate drug problem in America, in Colombia, in Mexico, in Venezuela, in Trinidad, the aim is not the drug cartels. The aim is Venezuela's oil and its other resources. Right? If you see my light dimming and getting back bright, it's a malfunction on my computer. Yes, brother, call me.
Yeah, grace and peace. You know, when you're looking at drugs and prevention of drugs entering into your country, the measure for doing such is never going to other nations' waters to fight that and to threaten nation states. So the issue of drugs coming into your country has to do with failure of your coast guards and your border security. Issue of drugs entering into your country. So when you want to handle drugs entering into your country, you have to up your marine security of your coastlines and your border security of your borders. So that is how you genuinely fight drugs coming into your country. So what Donald Trump is saying and going to these nations and bullying nations who does not have nuclear weapons to defend themselves, to bully them. It is really not about drugs, but drugs is just a smokescreen, because protecting your nation from illegal arms and drugs entering into your country has to do with a failure and cracks in your Coast Guard and border security. So that is where, if you really want to deal with those things, that is where you have to beef up on your security. You don't go into international waters and blow up dinghy boats with warships and nuclear warheads. You don't, that is not how you fight drugs. So, and then there is no evidence provided to the population of the world that the world will understand and see, okay, well, this is in some kind of a way legitimate. But it is, since it is you claim to fight drugs and drugs entering into your country, it is failure of your Coast Guard and your border security. And that is what you have to fix. And I have looked at a video last week where cartels, drug cartels, entering into America with their drugs through Mexico. And these men, they take cars and they strip the cars and they pack the drugs inside of the cars and put back up all the interior and everything. And you know what they said? It's 15,000 cars go through the border a day. They can't stop 15,000 cars and strip it. And that is how they just risk it. Sometimes they get hold, sometimes they don't get hold. And sometimes they have their security personnel by the border to let them go through. So that is the real issue there. So it is weakness and cracks in your border security and your Coast Guard, the defense of your coastline for illegal drugs entering into your country. You don't go into international waters and go on the coastline of nation states to target the state for drugs coming into your country. That is a lie and that is a smokescreen. I just thought I would say that.
That is true. So let me play a report from the Al Jazeera journalist, right? So I'll start with this one first. and then I'll play another one. Listen to this here.
Ship has arrived in Trinidad and Tobago for joint military exercises. The USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer, has docked in Porto, Spain, with members of the US Marines on board. The warship has advanced weapon systems which can operate helicopters, and its recent activities include a deployment for counter-narcotics. This comes, of course, amid heightened US military presence in the Caribbean, where the Trump administration has repeatedly bombed what it calls drug smuggling boats. Let's go to Julia Galliano, who joins us live from the port of Spain. Julia, what more do we know about why the ship is there?
Well, funny you should ask. We actually had an exclusive interview yesterday with the defense minister. He hasn't spoken to any other press in this country. And we asked him what this, warship was going to be doing here. He said he couldn't get into the details of the joint military exercises that they would be doing. The official line from the government is that this is just a friendly trip that was planned ahead of time, and that it would be to show the tight relationship between the U.S. and Trinidad and Tobago. So the defense minister himself said that he couldn't tell us in more detail what those exercises would be. And instead, he said that he knew that there were other things that they would be doing as well, such as, the U.S. forces would be going into underprivileged communities in Trinidad and Tobago, that they would be visiting schools, that they would be helping with community work. Or local sources here say that's quite strange. They've never heard of U.S. Marines going to build schools or do community service. But that is what we know. The joint line against joint military exercises and community work. No more details, even from the defense minister on that.
Okay, so some reporters had sort of asked some of our politicians, and specifically Julian John commented very briefly, as if she was being bothered, that the arrival of the U.S. warship in Trinidad is to build schools. Now, I did look into that, and you see, it's as if we're dealing with the Mossad. You know, the Mossad's, what's the word? Oh, I forgot the word. But the Mossad's motto is by deception, wage war. Yeah, by deception, wage war. U.S. military ships have been coming to Trinidad for a number of years and conducting certain training exercises. The training exercises is for different things, which we want to go into some of that tonight, which would cause us to go into a little bit of reading, which you'll have to endure to understand. One of the things, it does include refurbishing of some schools. Minor things, not like major construction projects. But it did entail the refurbishment of certain schools and small little construction projects taking place. I see that as an entire cover up for something bigger that they have planned, right? So, if we were to go and look, did the U.S. military ever build schools in Trinidad? You would see, yes, they did have some construction projects regarding schools. But that agreement that Trinidad had signed with the U.S. to allow the military to come in and cooperate with our military to do different things, there are bigger issues at hand. There are bigger things that Trinidad signed on to. Yes, part of it is doing some little things like helping with schools and so on, but there are bigger things that Trinidadians just don't know about when it comes to that agreement that was signed. And that agreement that was signed opened the way for the U.S. to use Trinidad, to have their military personnel in Trinidad should there be any conflict with Venezuela. So, there's another report from the Al Jazeera journalist where they spoke.
So So in the middle of a war, using Trinidad based upon a thing that you sign an agreement with, in the middle of threats of war with Venezuela, putting their ships and them in Trinidad waters, in the middle of that, you're going to build schools.
Yeah, so right now they claim to come for their usual training, but why at a time like this? Yeah, Trinidadians have to be stupid to just think that, oh, we just want to visit for training purposes, and build a school. You have to be stupid to believe that. You have to be really deceived to believe that. So, our politicians have been playing dumb, and I say playing dumb, and insulting the intelligences of our citizens, and seeking to dismiss concerns of war. The ship is supposed to be here until Thursday. Kempton alert on YouTube. They plan to be here from, today till Thursday. That's what they say. So, our politicians have been dismissing our concerns on this impending war. None of them seem to want to give us satisfactory answers, just dismiss. They just pretend as if nothing's happening. But Al Jazeera journalists, imagine international journalists have to come down in Trinidad and to get our Minister of Defense to say something. He has spoken to no other journalist or media company in Trinidad to say something, but international journalists came down and spoke to him, and he finally said something. It's ridiculous. Imagine you can't get answers from your own politicians. It takes an international journalist to come to get something said. So this is what I want to play for you now. Whoops. Good. So this is another report from the same Al Jazeera journalist. So take a listen to this.
Been saying about this situation?
Well, up to last night, not much had been said publicly, at least. There was a written statement from the Prime Minister's office yesterday in which she essentially blamed the opposition for warmongering here. She said there was nothing to worry about and that, there's a boat, a warship from the U.S. that's expected to dock in this port behind me. And she said the reason that was happening was basically to show the close ties between the two countries. Now, today we had exclusive access, as you said, to the defense minister. We asked him first and foremost who had decided, who had requested that this ship come here. And he said it was at the U.S. request. He did say that it had been planned beforehand, that this wasn't new, but he wasn't able to tell us when it had been planned, just said that it was a request of the U.S. Beyond that, he expressed, or echoed rather, what the Prime Minister has said over the last few weeks, which is essentially complete support for the actions of Donald Trump and the U.S. in the Caribbean Sea. Let's listen to what he had to say.
If the U.S. has deemed a country to be or persons operating as narco traffickers and deem them terrorists and they are waging a war on terror, then it's up to them to come to that conclusion. Because as you understand it, law is basically all about interpretation. You might not agree with their interpretation, but if their interpretation is that we've deemed these people to be narco traffickers and these narco traffickers, to be terrorist organizations and they are waging war on them, that's their prerogative. It hasn't happened in our waters. It has happened in international waters.
We're not done.
Y'all heard that? That's our Minister of Defense. That's our Minister of Defense who has 26 years of experience being a lawyer, criminal defense lawyer, a seasoned lawyer. And that's all he has to say. If the United States want to label these drug cartels as narco terrorists, that's their prerogative. And it all boils down to interpretation of the law. So what do you have to say as a seasoned lawyer, quote and unquote, 26 years of experience, criminal lawyer, who is the Minister of Defense, What is your opinion on their interpretation of the law? And he dismisses that, oh, well, it didn't happen in our waters, it happened in international waters. But you literally have your prime minister saying kill them all violently. You are supporting her statements on supporting the US, on not agreeing with the rest of CARICOM leaders in maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace. And that's what you have to tell the nation. Well, the US could just label them as narco terrorists, and that's their prerogative. I know it all boils down to interpretation of law. Well, you as a lawyer can disagree with the interpretation, because it doesn't take a lawyer to understand that you cannot make someone a terrorist by labeling them a terrorist. That doesn't change law. That doesn't make their interpretation of the law correct. So as a lawyer, you can say that their interpretation of the law is wrong, because you cannot make a drug cartel member, you cannot make him a terrorist by labeling him a terrorist. And you cannot carry out extrajudicial killings, play judge, jury, and executioner upon a drug cartel personnel when no local laws or international laws state that the penalty for drug cartel personnel is the death penalty. There's no law that says that. So you make our nation look stupid. Our leaders look like idiots. You are the defense minister, and that's all you have to say. You're supposed to say you don't agree with those interpretations because there's no law that supports those interpretations. They literally put those interpretations out there so that they would have an excuse to carry out extrajudicial killings in the name of counteracting terrorism and making up this label narco-terrorist. Yes, Brother Tom.
That same logic could apply to us as a nation if they decide we're narco-terrorists. So, and what you'll have to say, well, then that is their prerogative, and it's about interpretation. It shows no moral conviction and no sense of justice as a lawyer. And what we see in here is how these men who hold office just bow to the United States of America. They just bow without thinking, without taking a position based upon law and the rule of law. And since we believe in the rule of law, or supposed to believe in the rule of law, it's supposed to apply there. And it applies all across the board. But that same logic could be held against you, and what would be your defense? You already justify it.
So you justify by your statement that anybody could abuse law by having their own interpretation of the law, and therefore they could just carry out illegal killings on people just because they could just create a narrative and say, oh, well, we're going to name these drug personnels narco-terrorists. They all are the Al-Qaeda of the Caribbean. So once they push that narrative now and label the person that way, they now could say, well, okay, well, I have the presidential authority to fight terrorism because that terrorism is a threat to my national security. And you abuse the law. Yeah, well, I can't say you abuse the law because no such law exists where you could carry out extrajudicial killings in international waters on drug cartels. The only thing that could be done legally is intercept the boats, detain the individuals, send them to their relevant countries, and ask the country to extradite them. Well, ask the country to do something about them, charge them, or let them be extradited to the United States or something like that. There is no law that says you could just that the death penalty for transporting drugs in international waters is the death penalty. There is none. So there is no law to justify it.
And no nation could do that in international waters with pirogues coming out of the United States without it having serious consequences. No nation could do that to America.
Yeah. So you can't just dismiss it. Well, it's just interpretation of law. Hey, interpretations can be wrong. And as a defense minister and so-called experienced lawyer, we know lawyers have Marxist education. So they're just trained to be puppets for the Marxist. But as a lawyer, you're supposed to know that you could challenge that interpretation and show it to be wrong. Knowing the laws, knowing local laws, knowing international laws. You cannot say this person is a terrorist because you call them a terrorist. You just can't. That's not how it works. That's not how labeling of a person works when it comes to having a legal label for this particular person who did this particular crime. So, Sister Anissa just shared something. Let me just share my screen here and pull it up because this just came out. And this is something very important to take note of. Now it is in Spanish, but I'm going to translate it. So let me share my screen. So while we are speaking, this is what is happening. I'm just going to show this, but this is in Spanish, right? So Venezuela just put out a report. And this is what it says. Venezuela denounces, so this is the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela government. Venezuela denounces military provocation by Trinidad and Tobago. You're listening, right? Venezuela denounces military provocation by Trinidad and Tobago in coordination with the CIA to provoke a war in the Caribbean. You're seeing how Venezuela is looking at Trinidad, right? They are looking at Trinidad as working along with the CIA to provoke a war. So they are not going to make any distinctions if the US hits them. And Donald Trump is already talking about land strikes. So here's what it says. The Bolivian Republic of Venezuela denounces before the international community the dangerous execution of military exercises by the government of Trinidad and Tobago between the 26th and 30th of this month, under the coordination, financing, and control of the United States Southern Command, an action that constitutes a hostile provocation against Venezuela and a serious threat to the peace of the Caribbean. Wow. And today is the 26th, huh? Venezuela reports that it has captured a mercenary group. Listen to this. Venezuela reports that it has captured a mercenary group with direct information from the U.S. intelligence agency, the CIA, and has determined that a false flag attack is being prepared from waters bordering Trinidad and Tobago, or from within Trinidadian or Venezuelan territory, to generate a full military confrontation against our country. You all hearing that? I don't know if you all hearing that. Venezuela, listen to me. Venezuela is reporting that they just captured a mercenary group that has direct information from the CIA that a false flag attack is being prepared by the CIA to happen. And where it's going to happen, it's going to happen from the waters bordering Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, or from within Trinidadian territory or within Venezuelan territory. And that false flag attack is going to cause a military confrontation with America. So they're going to plan a false flag attack, and then they're going to blame the Venezuelan, and then America will have an excuse now to bomb Venezuela. You all understanding what I'm saying? And that US warship that just docked on our shores today to do so-called training and help build some school. The training is to happen in the waters near Venezuelan coastline, in the waters between Trinidad and Venezuela. That's where that training is to take place. And already we have fishermen from Icacos complaining that over the weekend, a Venezuelan Coast Guard boat basically pursued them. And then Icacos residents have reported that there were drones flying over their houses. So if Trinidadians want to joke around and think everything is a joke and not take things seriously and listen to Kamala Persad Bissessar, who says she's calm because her name is Kamala, whatever that means, and just take this deafening silence from the government and having the government trying to paint you as, oh, you're just fear-mongering. I know you all need to relax and go about your daily duties. Hey, we are going about our daily duties, but we want to know what's going on. And we want to hear it from our own government, not from international news and social media. So it continues, right? Next paragraph. Here's what it says. It says, this planned action perfectly recalls the provocation of the USS Maine and the Gulf of Tonkin, which gave rise to the war against Spain to seize Cuba in 1898, and which allowed the US Congress to authorize its involvement in an eternal war against Vietnam in 1964, respectively. Wars in which they were ultimately defeated by the Vietnamese people after facing immeasurable destruction and lamentable human losses. The government of Prime Minister Kamala Persad Bissessar has renounced the sovereignty of Trinidad and Tobago by acting as a colonial military subservient to U.S. hegemonic interests, turning its territory into a U.S. port for war throughout the Caribbean, against Venezuela, against Colombia, and against all of South America. There's another page. One moment, let me get another page. You're hearing that, right? That is how the rest of the world is seeing Trinidad and Tobago. They see Trinidad and Tobago as being used by the US to launch a war against Venezuela, Colombia, etc. So it says here, by aligning with Washington's militarist agenda, Persad Bissessar not only seeks to attack Venezuela, a country that has always maintained a policy of energy cooperation, mutual respect, and Caribbean integration, and has upheld our historic bonds of brotherhood, but also violates the Charter of the United Nations, the Declaration of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace approved by CELAC, and the principles of CARICOM, which protect all the peoples of the Caribbean. These are not defensive exercises. This is a colonial operation of military aggression that seeks to turn the Caribbean into a space of lethal violence and U.S. imperial domination. This submissive and treacherous policy, betraying the constitutional principles of Trinidad and Tobago, has ended up in harming its own people. Innocent fishermen have been victims of extrajudicial executions in the Caribbean Sea. I don't know if those men were innocent. They are known for being drug men, but we have not seen any evidences as to if they were carrying drugs or not because they were bombed, right? It continues, it says, revealing the repressive and criminal character of the current government, which fires upon its own people under the order, kill them all, and celebrates when Trinidadians are summarily executed while opening its doors to murderous foreign troops. Venezuela does not accept threats from any government subservient to the United States. We are not intimidated by military exercises of war cries. The Bolivarian National Armed Forces will remain alert and mobilized in perfect popular military police unity in the face of this grave provocation. Our republic, of Bolivar and Chavez, will always defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and its right to live in peace in the face of foreign enemies and their vassals. End of quote. That was recently put out by the Venezuelan government. So while your politicians are playing dumb in Trinidad and Tobago and insulting our intelligences and making it seem like, oh, it's just fear-mongering on social media, Venezuela sees Trinidad and Tobago as being subservient to the United States, as being used by the United States, as supporting the United States, and opening the door for an impending war against Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, etc. So even if those fishermen were guilty, even if they were carrying drugs, still the death penalty for trafficking drugs. Sorry, the penalty for trafficking drugs is not the death penalty still. So it's still against international law. It's still wrong. It's still illegal. So I don't know how you all took that press release from the Venezuelan government, but you all need to take that seriously. And remember, Maduro already said before that if America strikes Venezuela, Venezuela has a right to strike Trinidad because of Trinidad's support of the US. You all remember that, right? Trinidadians joke around, but one bomb, one attack, and all joke done. My computer is malfunctioning right now. So what I want, let me just look at your comments here, but what I want to show now is that Trump wants, he spoke about land strikes. He said they have the sea under control. We won't be able to play every last video, right? But we have all these things. But for time's sake, because of other things we want to touch, I'm just going to mention it. But it's all over the news. It's on Twitter. It's on Threads. It's on Facebook. It's all over the news. It's on YouTube. He said that they already have the Caribbean Sea under control, and he is thinking about land strikes in Venezuela. That's what he is thinking about. So here we have a video from Lindsey Graham. Though Lindsey Graham has been a hypocrite here because in times past he joked about Venezuela becoming the 51st state of the US. But apart from that hypocrisy, here's what he's saying. He said that he spoke to Trump. A moment. So Sanisa said she confirmed that the press statement that I just read out was posted by Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, after 5 p.m. today. See that? So one moment here. There is this person, one moment, who said this politician who said he spoke to Donald Trump personally, and he did confirm about wanting to start land strikes. So just give me one moment here. There's so much, but let me just play this one while I find that one, because I have so much of things saved here. But here is Lindsey Graham denouncing what Trump is doing, right? So he's denouncing what Trump is doing in the Caribbean here.
And you see this man is actually really a hypocrite.
Yes.
Because look, he wanted to denounce Trump on what he's doing because Trump sent the vice president and others to Israel to try to curtail what is taking place in Gaza right now. And seeking to bring back up the ceasefire and for the ceasefire to stop. But look, you're not denouncing what Israel doing in Gaza there, but you want to denounce what Trump doing in the Caribbean here. It's not that you have no conscience with these people, you know. It's like you show and shit.
Yeah, it's a bunch of hypocrisy. But here's what he have to say while I pull up the land strike video.
Graham, he joins us from Seneca, South Carolina. Welcome back to Face the Nation. Senator,
thank you. Good morning.
On Friday, Defense Secretary Hegseth ordered the deployment of the Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, to Latin America. President Trump was asked if he planned to ask Congress for a declaration of war. Take a listen.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
You don't need an aircraft carrier to hit drug boats. Are land strikes planned?
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility. I think President Trump's made a decision that Maduro, the leader.
Did you see that? Did you hear that, just Dr. Saji? Did you hear that just? Did you see the callousness and the don't care and the just do no regard for life? The reporter asked him, listen, look, you're doing this. Are you going to make a declaration of war? He said he don't see the need for a declaration of war just to kill the people who bring anybody in the context into the country. So what? Does that involve killing the people who bring the drugs into the country? Does that involve a war with the nation of Venezuela? Does that involve a regime change? Does that involve a hit upon the head of the president of the country of Venezuela? If you're fighting the drugs, fight the drug cartel, deal with the drug men. But to deal with the drug men, you first have to start in your own country, because in your country, in your border, in your federal government, it have people supporting the bringing in of drugs. If you want to fight against the drugs cartel and the drugs, start with your country. Start with the nation. Clean up the corrupt people that is around that happen first. Nobody is stupid. You're not going to kill nobody who bringing drugs into your country. You're going in war with a nation because you want the nation natural resources. That's what you want. Nobody is fooled by that. But these people are so callous and have no regard to life. He becomes just like the man who is his puppet master. He becomes just like Satan Yahoo. He becomes callous in regards to life, and he just blatantly don't care. So the government of the nation that's supposed to be the greatest nation in the world is now a liar and a murderer, just like the Jews. And have no regard, just kill.
Okay, so we have, I want to get to some other things, but I have to mention some things and we won't be able to show all the videos. But here's what. This same Lindsey Graham, I'll just read from the news, right? So this same Lindsey Graham has confirmed that he spoke directly with President Trump yesterday, revealing that land strikes in Venezuela are now a real possibility. He added that Trump will brief Congress upon his return from Asia on future potential military operations against Venezuela and Colombia. So right now, Trump is on a 5-day trip to Asia, and when he comes back, they're going to be discussing actual military operations against Venezuela and Colombia. And Trump, in this video here, you just saw that they want to do land strikes. And he doesn't need Congress to vote on any and make any declaration of war. He could just do it on his own, because when it comes to declaring war in the United States, the authority to do that, there are certain powers that the president have and certain powers that Congress have. And what the authority that the president have, sometimes they abuse that by practicing deception. So in times past, they would have labeled people as terrorists. And once they label you a terrorist, they could just, they don't need Congress, they don't need anything. They could just send a strike to kill you, as long as they label you a terrorist. And we have seen that in times past against certain Muslim leaders and so on. So you see how they labeled these drug traffickers, these alleged drug traffickers, as narco terrorists. That label is deliberately made so that they could justify the extrajudicial killings without having Congress vote on any declaration of war. And that's why he spoke like that. That's why he said he don't think that we need any to go to Congress or anything. Just kill them. Just kill them. And they already formed a narrative to do it by labeling them narco terrorists, calling them the Al Qaeda of the Caribbean. As long as the US labels you a terrorist, they don't need Congress. They don't need to follow any international laws to get around the laws. They just need to label you a terrorist and just kill you. And that is what they are doing with the so-called drug traffickers. Because you can't tell me that drug traffickers are seeing the US just blowing up boats and one after the next, they're just going out to get blown up. I don't believe that. I don't think they are that stupid. I think they're all false flags. Right? So.
Yeah, but what's something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at how evil this Donald Trump is proving himself to be. Anybody bringing drugs is just gonna kill them. Anybody trafficking drugs into your country, you're just gonna kill them. But my question is, what about those in your country that is carrying drugs to other countries? You would kill them too? What about those in your country who is selling the drugs to their own countryman? So there's a drug pusher. They're selling the drugs to their own countryman. Are you going to kill them too? So it really just shows this man is just using the issue of war on drugs as a smoke screen.
As a matter of fact, Brother Kwame, Donald Trump had said in times past that the only way to win the war on drugs is to legalize drugs, so to take the profits away from the drug cartels.
You see? But the thing is, since it's to kill those who are bringing drugs into your country, those in your country, Americans who are exporting drugs also into Europe, should they be killed? Should other nations kill them? Your own countryman who is selling drugs to his own countryman.
Umbrella Kwame.
Should the death penalty be instituted in the United States of America for that?
And in Trinidad too, because Kamala said kill them all.
That is it.
Is she going to let the police just start killing the drug pusher on the block, or the gang, or those gang members involved in drugs? Or the white collar persons involved in drugs? Just kill them, just shoot them.
I think it's better coming. They can bring the drugs to the border of your country, but you have people who will take it and distributing it into your country from your own country.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. To kill them too.
Kill everybody.
Kill your own country. Kill your own countrymen.
Everybody.
Kill Americans. That is what is that what you're saying with your fight on drugs? And you know the impression that come upon my mind when I heard him speak there. In the eyes of heaven, he is one of the most corrupt human beings on the face of the earth. In the eyes of heaven. Because his influence on a global scale is not like an average man. So therefore the condemnation in the eyes of heaven upon this man and the wrath of God is pending him, just as Netanyahu.
Indicted drug trafficker, that it's time for him to go.
Okay, so let's just go over what Lindsey Graham has to say here on what Trump is doing, right? So let's start this over here and listen to
Look,
this.
in Senator Lindsey Graham, he joins us from Seneca, South Carolina. Welcome back to Face the Nation. Senator,
Thank you. Good morning.
On Friday, Defense Secretary Hegseth ordered the deployment of the Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, to Latin America. President Trump was asked if he planned to ask Congress for a declaration of war. Take a listen.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
You don't need an aircraft carrier to hit drug boats. Are land strikes planned?
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility. I think.
And that's a very important question that she asked there. You don't need airstrike carriers, which is what one of the warships are. One of the warships is a carrier for planes and jets that do strikes from the air. And you don't
most advanced American.
And you don't need that.
The most advanced.
And you don't need that to blow up some boats on the sea. Right? So it have to mean that you're planning for land strikes. And obviously Donald Trump already said that. So they are planning for land strikes.
And it will need nuclear capable vessels in the war on drugs. You don't need that.
Exactly. So let's hear what he says.
President Trump's made a decision that Maduro,
what that is telling us by implication, you have your agenda in going there. And any resistance and any support they get from other powerful nations, you don't have your artillery right there already.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I think President Trump's made a decision that Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, is an indicted drug trafficker, that it's time for him to go, that Venezuela and Colombia have been safe havens for narco-terrorists for too long. And President Trump told me yesterday that he plans to brief members of Congress when he gets back from Asia about future potential military operations against Venezuela and Colombia. So there will be a congressional briefing about a potential expanding from the sea to the land. I support that idea, but I think he has all the authority he needs. Senator Gallego on another network accused President Trump and our military of committing murder by attacking these drug boats. To our men and women in uniform, you're not murdering anybody. You're making America safer by going after a narco-terrorist. You're following lawful orders. When President Bush 41 took Ortega out in Panama, Reagan went into Grenada to deal with the Cuban influence from Grenada in our backyard. He has all the authority in the world. This is not murder. This is protecting America.
It is murder. Drug traffickers are not terrorists. So what? All of a sudden we're changing definitions now? We're changing definitions to carry out crimes? Because if we have to use that as a precedent, then anybody in any country could just kill drug traffickers and drug dealers because they are terrorists. Are we creating definitions to start a war? That's exactly what is happening. And that's why the head of the that arm, I forgot the name of it, of the US military in the Caribbean here. The head of it, I forgot his name. I'll come across the name because I have an article to read with him in it. He resigned just recently, and he was questioning the legality of what Trump is doing. And so he resigned. And he's the one that visited our country when the former Prime Minister Keith Rowley signed the SOFA agreement just December 2024. Southcom, thank you very much, Caesarea. The head of the Southcom in the Caribbean here, he resigned. He just signed the SOFA agreement, which we will read about tonight, with Keith Rowley in Trinidad just last December 2024. And he resigned, questioning the legality of these strikes upon those people that Trump did. That says a lot. So apparently that video I just played there, it included the part I wanted to show. So in that video, we saw, well, Lindsey Graham was justifying what Trump is doing. But what he also confirmed to us is that Trump is thinking about land strikes. It's a real possibility. And when he comes back from Asia, he just gone for 5 days there, he will discuss with Congress about military operations against Venezuela and Colombia. That is what is taking place. So, while that is happening, our jokey politicians have the most stupid things to say. And there is this one here. This is like 5 seconds. I'm just going to play this here. Where our Prime Minister sort of make a stupid joke. I don't find it funny in what way whatsoever. In no way whatsoever. She said she doesn't know anything that's happening. Alvin Hosley, yes, he's the head of Southcom in the Caribbean here. Well, was and resigned. Thank you, Sister Kisha. She said she don't know anything that's happening. Nobody has contacted her to tell her anything official. As far as she's concerned, it's just warmongering by people. And she made this stupid joke.
Hysteria. Please be calm. My name is Kamala. Be calm. Fearmongering and hysteria. Please be calm. My name is Kamala. Be calm.
So it's just a bunch of fear-mongering and hysteria. And her name is Kamala. Be calm. Like, listen, you know what I hate? I hate. Here's what I hate. I hate with a passion politicians who grovel for your vote, who drive around with treats and goods and giveaways and big trucks and music, and they grovel for your vote, who pave the road and fix potholes and they beg for your vote. And then when they are in power, they insult your intelligences. I hate that. Someone said it was too. Didn't hear what she said. She said it's a bunch of fear-mongering and hysteria. Her name is Kamala. Be calm. So whilst all the evidences are out there that there is an impending war, she's playing dumb and she's just saying it's just fear-mongering and hysteria. And that is what the population of Trinidad and Tobago have to take from these politicians. And then this minister in
I have to ask myself, Sister Ashley, what is she drinking? How is she thinking? The reality of situation in the land, and it is known publicly to the world that there is an impending war. Local and foreign news are reporting there's an impending war. The President of the United States saying there is an impending war. The army joint exercise with Trinidad and the coming Trinidad water, the blowing of ships, showing that there is something going on. And you have the audacity to insult the intelligence of your people, your nation, who vote you into power. Who vote you into power. You have the audacity to insult the intelligence of people who are concerned and want to know what's going on with there is nothing going on. And your name is Kamla. Keep calm. Anybody want to know what your name is? We all know what your name is. The insult to people intelligence is what I hear the most.
So, our Minister of Homeland Security had this to say. Let me play this. And then we have an update of Trinidad response to the statement made by Venezuela. We'll read that after, but listen to what he had to say.
Alexander, you mentioned Monday and Tuesday that the government currently doesn't expect any escalations. But obviously, President Trump has made statements, unfortunately, to the contrary. So is the government's current position?
Right. As I said before, my colleagues would have spoke to that. Right? No, if you ask me about what is happening in our country, we don't expect escalation in our country. There's nothing to escalate. More than love and harmony. Look at what we are having here today. Is this an escalation of persons coming to screen for cancer? That's what we're looking to do. That escalation is here. And now there's another escalation seems to want to happen because school children want to go and see the boat and the ship and what is coming here and all of that. So if there's an escalation, well, I would enjoy that type of escalation because more persons could come here and be screened and more children could go down and view the boat and make something with themselves. Probably, you know what, at the end of the day, they might want to serve this good country.
You have no concerns over you have no concerns over the foreign bias?
No, I'm not concerned.
You're maintaining not a panic. The country is safe at this time.
Yes, it should be. Now, if you check something, and I continue to say this, the social media seems to be outriding you all because they tell themselves they are, in fact, mainstream media. And they are pushing out narratives, but look at where it comes from. Look at who's on their pages and all of that. So you'll see. Which one of you all here have $3.3 million in your account for speaking nonsense? Which one of you all here? Anybody here?
We're not denying those are concerns, but there's also general concerns that the public is having, given our proximity to Venezuela.
Tell the public that they must go about their lawful business unless otherwise directed. And that's how the system works.
And these are the people running our country. They're very disrespectful. They don't play legitimate concerns.
He's one of the most uneducated persons we have in the government.
Uncouth.
And he does embarrass the leading regime over and over and over. And look at how he's treating with important questions the media is asking concerning the situation that is before us. And look at his gestures. And, I was looking at how they're going through the debate with the budget and so forth. And these people, brethren, these people is just about, it's a set of jokers and it's just joking.
It's a bunch of comedians.
Yeah, it's just joking. who could tell off who and who could tell who this and just set a joke. And these people running the affairs of a nation, I'm telling you, let Venezuela drop anything here now. We're not ready as a nation. We're not ready as a nation. War is on the brink. And right now they're partying and jumping up in Tobago. War is on the brink. And watch me. One strike there and you get to deal with thousands of people. Thousands of people in one shot. But these people who speaking so, they had the security details and they could jump on a flight and fly out. You know. When trouble starts, they could jump on a plane and fly out. And who is here to fight up? We who are living here. And this is the people that is representing us. It is just a shame. And thank God, Yahweh is our king and Yahweh is our protector and he will save us.
It's a bunch of comedians. I observe it too. The way they behave in parliament is the indiscipline, the unruly, and everything is a joke. It's very, I look at that and I see like it's a whole, you know, colloquially we say a party show. It's a whole comedian show. It's annoying. That is the people that run our country. I hate it. I hate it. So, let me just share with you now Trinidad and Tobago's response to the release that Venezuela had put out that I read earlier. The notice is also in English as well. I didn't show the English, I showed the Spanish. But I'll post it after the live on my page. My usual Facebook account is I am banned from doing a lot of things. I could post, so I'll post it up. Right? And I'm banned from speaking against the Jews. Yeah. Can't talk against the Jews. So here's what Trinidad and Tobago released this evening. Media release, 26th of October 2025, statement by the government of Trinidad and Tobago on the security cooperation activities between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of the United States of America. Now you see that word security cooperation, you all need to go and see what that means. That has a definition, eh? So don't be deceived by the broad terms being used. It says here, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has taken note of the statement issued by Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela earlier this afternoon in relation to the visit of the USS Gravely DDG-107 to Trinidad and Tobago during the period of October 26 to 30. The government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of the United States of America have been clear about the specific purpose of this visit as highlighted in official statements from the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs on the 23rd of October 2025. The Embassy of the United States of America in Port of Spain on the 24th October 2025. And the more recent update provided by the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs earlier this afternoon during a news conference held at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. The visit of the USS Gravely aims to bolster the fight against transnational crime and build resilience through training, humanitarian activities, and security cooperation. It will also strengthen the long-standing partnership between both countries, which has provided enhanced medical care and disaster preparedness, improved lives, and strengthened communities in Trinidad and Tobago. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has repeatedly made it clear that it values this country's relationship with the people of Venezuela, given our shared history and close fraternal relations. The government of Trinidad and Tobago also once more reiterates its commitment to the people of the Caribbean for the creation of a safer and stronger and more prosperous region. So, you see that? Listen to me. We don't even need to know, we don't even need to go into what fighting against transnational crime and security cooperation specifically means. You could just tell from that statement, okay, the visit of the USS Gravely aims to bolster the fight against transnational crime. What does that mean? Transnational crime, it just means crime that happens beyond the nations, between the nations. It means that it's crime that is not local in Trinidad and Tobago here. So, if they are here to bolster the fight against transnational crime, then why are you trying to make it look as if, oh, we're just here for some training? Hey, transnational crime is illegal activities that cross national borders, and the US is already bombing up boats that they claim is doing illegal activities in international waters. So it's like your response literally confirming the purpose of the US warship being here. Y'all understand? And then still, we're just here to do training and humanitarian activities and security cooperation. Listen, people get deceived by, oh, we have, well, they're just here to do training with our military, so our military could be better, so we could be better prepared to provide disaster relief and humanitarian aid. And sounds nice, right? And I'm not saying that they won't do those things. They would help when it comes to aid and so on. Yeah, it's possible. But when it comes to transnational crimes done beyond our nation's borders, when it comes to security cooperation, you are speaking about crimes that are not local, crimes that is perceived, that is beyond the nation, that is happening transnationally and, beyond your borders. And if you see that as a threat and America see that as a threat, then you are agreeing to support America in fighting that. And if America sees those boats, those that as carrying drugs, and say that those drugs are a threat to their national security, and our prime minister is in support and saying, yes, the drug cartel and these drugs have caused so much of crime and it have bled Trinidad so much for so many years, we agree with the US and kill them all violently. It means both Trinidad and the US see these drug persons, if they're really carrying drugs, as a national threat, as a threat to their national security. So you have shared threats, and you and the US military, the Trinidad military and the US military is working together to do something about these threats. So in these statements that is supposed to be meant, that is meant to quiet the fears, you're literally admitting to what you're doing. You all understand? The statement admits to helping the US to fight the so-called drug cartels, which means the military presence in the Caribbean and in Trinidad shores is to help fight the drug cartels that they claim is coming from Venezuela. Listen, those things, when understood, are declarations of war. And that is why Venezuela would see Trinidad as helping the US.
Is that diplomatic?
War against Venezuela.
Is that diplomatic means to say we are not going to back down but support what is taking place?
So let me tell you something about security cooperation. Let me share my screen here. So, one moment. Let me share my screen. And this definition is...
Sister Ashley, right? Something quickly,
Yes.
right? They wouldn't even take cognition in the letter that they catch a group of mercenaries that are CIA and have intel that false flag will be carried near your shores, near the shores of Venezuela or in Trinidad itself. You don't even have concern about the information being given to you. You have concern for your own nation and your own citizens. But they give a letter in response to, I'm saying you're addressing the concerns of this nation to diplomatically say that, hey, you are in support of what is taking place.
You're in support and you will be helping, Brother Michael.
Yes, support and helping. Because, yes, support and helping. So it's another term of telling you, we are not going to back out, we are going right through. You have no concern about your own citizens, nothing. Nothing in your head.
So, when it comes to this training, right? So this, the allowance for the U.S. military to come and do these kind of trainings it was agreed upon under what is called the SOFA Act, which we will look at in a little bit. I just want to show a few more things about what is the real aim of this war, and then we want to focus on things that affect us locally, specifically the SOFA agreement, right? But I just want to show you here what security cooperation really means. So from the Congressional Research Service, here's what, I'm not going to read the entire thing, I'm just going to read the first paragraph. This is what security cooperation means. The U.S. Department of Defense, let me just zoom it a little bit. The U.S. Department of Defense, one moment, right, defines security cooperation, known as SC, as department interactions with foreign security establishments to build security relationships that promote specific, listen to me, specific U.S. security interest. Pay attention. Specifically, U.S. security interest, develop allied and partner nation military and security capabilities for self-defense and multinational operations. You're seeing that? In other words, when nations sign up with the U.S., make agreements with the U.S., the U.S. military and our military is going to have security cooperation. It means that you are going to help the U.S. with your military to develop security capabilities to achieve specific U.S. security interests. Y'all understanding that, right? And multinational operations. You're seeing that? Multinational operations. It says, and provide U.S. forces with peacetime and contingency access to allies and partners. DoD policy states that by encouraging and enabling cooperation between the United States forces and partner nations, of which Trinidad is one, forces to achieve strategic objectives. Security cooperation programs are a key tool to achieving U.S. national security and foreign policy objectives. Are you all hearing this? Security cooperation programs, even if it include, we're just going to refurbish this handicap school here in Port of Spain and do some training when you train that military. Security cooperation programs are a key tool to achieve U.S. national security and foreign policy objectives. And we already know that the U.S. foreign policies are controlled, influenced majorly by Israel. In other words, the US uses other nations by signing the SOFA agreements under this specific circumstance here, using Trinidad and their military and our country and whatever resources that we have to give the US security capabilities to achieve their security objectives, to achieve their foreign policy objectives, not Trinidad's foreign policy objectives, not Trinidad's security, their national security and their foreign policy objectives. So if they have a foreign policy that they want Venezuela oil, Trinidad has signed on to help them do that. And obviously it wouldn't come well. Trinidad help us to thief Venezuela oil. No. It is obviously coming under deception. Oh, let's fight the drug cartels. Aren't you all tired of how drugs have affected Trinidad and Tobago and the crime? Yeah, help us fight the drug cartels, right? That's what's going on. And this is what security cooperation means. Let me stop sharing my screen. I'm not seeing one moment. Okay, just right. So you see the broad terms, you need to go and look what that means. And don't say, disaster relief, yeah, if we get a hurricane, the US would help us, yeah. No, it's not that. So I really want to get into the SOFA agreement. So let me just play one or two other videos about the real aim of this war against Venezuela, and we want to look at this SOFA agreement that our politicians, don't think it's just Kamala. It's like they have been using our politicians to agree with things in phases. So it started since under the Manning administration. It continued under the Rowley administration, under the UNC administration, under the Rowley administration again, and the UNC just inherited again now, and she's agreeing. So this is not a PNM versus UNC thing. This is what our politicians have been agreeing to for many years. So, firstly, let's take a look at the fact that what America wants is the oil and the gold and the different resources that Venezuela have. Take a look at this.
Was always going to pivot towards the Middle East and Latin America during his second term because of the fact that he's trying to promote himself as the peace president. So it's not coincidental that we're seeing the timing of all of this happening right now. For example, he is being promoted as the ceasefire peace president, while of course we see Israel violating the ceasefire, and simultaneously he is being pushed as the one that's going to bring peace in Ukraine, when we very well know whatever may be achieved is only temporary and conditional. And of course, we've heard this time and time again that there will be some sort of reconciliation. And again, this is always going to be on US terms. And so while we're seeing that mechanism of Trump being poised as the guy that's going to bring an end to the wars, we see him pivoting to the Middle East towards the expansion of Greater Israel, and of course to Latin America, where he, of course, wants the oil, he wants the resources, the gold, very, very important minerals for the coming tech, fourth industrial revolution of sorts. We're talking about the minerals that are going to help with AI, with computer development. And so Donald Trump is really looking at a transactional, I would say, operation more than any sort of just boots on the ground. I think what we're seeing in media is a portrayal of military boots on the ground, but really whatever he does, as you mentioned earlier, the CIA is involved, is going to be an attempt to covertly have this regime change through, I think, trying to turn members of the Venezuelan military, trying to turn people and scare them into submission. And this has failed many times in Venezuela, but the US is definitely putting all their forces out for this time.
And she is right. What do they want? They want a regime change. What do they want? They want Venezuela's oil and their gold and their lithium and all their rich resources. And if you think that, oh, she's just some reporter, I don't know who she is. Here is Donald Trump himself speaking about how they could have gotten Venezuela oil the last time when Venezuela almost collapsed. Listen to him.
Keeping the oil, we have the oil is secure. We left troops behind only for the oil.
Okay, I know that's short. Let me play it again.
We're keeping the oil, we have the oil is secure. We left troops behind only for the oil.
What does he want? He wants the oil. If you think that that is not enough, let me play another one for you. It's not a secret. Remember, they have been sanctioning Venezuela for some years now. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world, right? So look at this one here. This one is a little bit longer. One moment. Listen to this here.
Puede usarse las armas de ningún ejército del mundo contra la humanidad. Dije en las calles de Nueva York, lo repito en este programa, y menos tampoco en el Mar Caribe, y menos contra colombianos y colombianas, pescadores inocentes. Lo que Estados Unidos está haciendo es que le está creciendo el consumo de fentanilo. Es una política interna de los Estados Unidos que tiene que asumir para salvar.
Okay, with this one you would have to read. You would have to read the subtitles, right? I'm sorry. I'll see if I could pause it and read it for you, but just give me before I read that one for you, let me just read this one first. This is the one I wanted to play. The one with Trump saying we could have gotten all that oil. That's the one I was looking for. All right, look at here.
Oil from Venezuela. When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it. You know where the oil, their oil is garbage. It's horrible. The worst you can get, tar. It's like tar. And to refine it, you need special plants. And these people...
You hear that? Let me play it again.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it. You know where the oil, their oil is garbage. It's horrible. The worst you can get, tar. It's like tar. And to refine it, you need special plants. And these people...
You see that? We could have gotten all that oil. When he left, but Venezuela was almost down, almost got... As a matter of fact, the reason why we have this Venezuelan immigration problem in Trinidad, the same Venezuelan immigration problem that Kamala is complaining about, why do you think that that has been happening? It's because of America's sanction. Well, among other things, as Sister Ria is saying here. But a major part of it has to do with America's sanctions over the years on Venezuela's ability to export oil. America has placed sanctions on them. So if you're complaining, the Venice is taking over all the work and with jobs, with employment opportunities. They are sucking our economy. Trinidad is they can't get employment because these Venezuelans just taking the same employment for way less money. Part of it have to do with America's sanctions on Venezuela's oil. But here you saw, he said it for himself. He has his eyes on Venezuela's oil. And there was, in the past, a time when Maduro, and let me look for that video to play for you, when Maduro did offer Trump a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, and it was rejected. You all knew that? Yes, Cesaria, if the oil's so bad, if the oil is crap, why you want it? Why you buying it? You know you have the equipments and the plants to refine the oil. You do, they do have it. So yes, Maduro offered Trump a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, gold, and mineral wealth, and agreed to cut ties with Russia and China. Those things were reported before any news, and Trump rejected that offer, and now he just want to take the oil.
Fox News alert, B-52 bombers are flying off the coast of Venezuela. Trump's not bluffing. Right now, more than 10,000 U.S. soldiers are built up in the Caribbean, on ships in Puerto Rico, locked and loaded. Special operations helicopters were just seen flying 90 miles from Venezuela's coast. The chopper units used by Delta Force, Navy SEALs, and the Green Berets. The Black Ops were spotted off the coast of Trinidad. They're very important for search and rescue missions. Also spotted little birds. They're smaller but faster, designed for quick insertion of special operators behind enemy lines. The Ghost was also confirmed to be in the Caribbean. That's the nickname for MV Ocean Trader. It's the kind of ship that doesn't want to be found. It's designed for black ops and special missions because it's dark and blends in with cargo. There's more. 10% of the U.S. naval power is now in the region. It's a major shift. There's subs, several destroyers, and F-35 fighters in Puerto Rico. That's on top of all the coke boats getting smoked to pieces by the week. Kilos of cocaine are washing ashore. Don't tell Hunter. Dozens of bad hombres becoming shark bait. It's got Maduro's attention. He's the dictator of the narco state, a very bad hombre, and we just doubled the bounty on his head. It's now 50 mil. According to the New York Times, Maduro offered us a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, gold, and mineral wealth and promised to cut ties with Russia and China. And Trump and Rubio said no.
Listen.
That tells me the gunboat diplomacy is going to end up with no Maduro and a Venezuela aligned with us, not Putin or Xi. American action in Latin America hasn't always ended well. Look at the Bay of Pigs. Other times, it's a piece of cake. It's our backyard. And Trump's just reestablishing the Monroe Doctrine, a.k.a. the Donroe Doctrine. Hopefully, a Venezuelan general does the right thing and collects the $50 million bounty. No one wants a messy conflict in South America. Maduro controls drug traffickers who are pretty strapped. They have military-grade weapons. And Biden let hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans into the country. They could be activated. But if Trump can pull this off and kick China and Russia out of Venezuela after what he did with the Iranians, it'll give him a lot of power to deter Russia and Ukraine and China and Taiwan.
So, okay, even though Fox News was reporting in favor of what Trump is doing there, what you could get from part of his report is that the New York Times did a piece showing that Maduro offered America a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil, gold, and mineral wealth. And agreed to cut, according to the New York Times, agreed to cut ties with Russia and China if Trump took that stake. But he and Marco Rubio rejected it. And what you could tell from what they are doing now is that they want to take the oil. They don't want any deal. Right? And we have Maduro. He is being diplomatic and appealing to Trump actually and saying, listen, we don't want war. We want peace. Listen to this.
Not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy. No crazy war. No crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever.
This is a guy. He's begging for peace. He doesn't want to fight anymore. And yes, Sister Anissa, all those things we had to show, but we can't show all. Even recent reports confirmed. A journalist asked Trump about it, about Venezuela offering him everything, and he said it was true, and said Maduro doesn't want to F with him. Yeah, and he literally cursed. This was trending just a few days ago. This is just recently. I showed a video on Wednesday ago, and yes, I remember that. He dropped the F bomb. He said Venezuela doesn't want to F with America. And that was in response to the journalist asking him about that same deal that Maduro offered. And he agreed. Yeah, he said yes, they offered everything. So if you want the oil, then why didn't take the deal? You see, they don't want to purchase any oil. They want to take the oil and change the regime. And here is where I would show you the opposition lady, Machado, who they want to put there. She plans to give them the oil. Yeah, give Venezuela's oil to American companies. So, and she won the Nobel Peace Prize recently. This is her here. Listen to this here.
Corina Machado, gracias. Thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you, and we'll stay in touch. And I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel. And I believe, and I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem. That will be part of our support to the state of Israel.
Wow, in God's will. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's Maria Machado. She supports Israel. And listen to me. Listen to me. She has a plan. And let me show you that plan. Let me share my screen and show you that plan that she has. She offered to sell Venezuela's oil for $1 trillion. But look who she want to sell it to. So this is the Orinoco Tribune. Look at the topic. Maria Corina Machado offers to sell off Venezuela for $1 trillion. Look at this here. Let me see if I could zoom. One moment. Right, I hope you could see. Look at this. Maria Corina Machado, the leading figure in the far-right sector of the Venezuelan opposition, has revealed details about a private intervention before the U.S. Society Council of Americas, as COA, a strategy she dubbed the $1 trillion opportunity. You all pay attention to this, right? So this is the lady that they want to install after they remove the Maduro regime, right? Look at this. As COA, that's the American Society, the Council of Americas, is a New York-based non-governmental organization. Look at this. Look at this and pay attention. When you see this, you would immediately know who's behind it. ASCOA is a New York-based non-governmental organization founded in 1965 by billionaire David Rockefeller. Did I say anything more? We could just come out of this article right now, right? Did I say anything more? And this is who Machado have been having talks with about $1 trillion opportunity with this company here, this organization, this non-governmental organization, this NGO. So let me read that again. ASCOA is a New York-based non-governmental organization founded in 1965 by billionaire David Rockefeller, and consisting of two bodies. The first, the American Society, is a forum of discussion and policy within the inter-American system. Its second opponent, the Council of the Americas, brings together international business groups promoting neoliberal policies in the Western Hemisphere. ASCOR has established itself as a think tank for discussion on political and economic issues. It has issued reports on Venezuela and organized a dedicated working group to discuss Venezuela's issues. Although Machado's meeting was private, some elements were released and are sufficient to understand the nature of the remote meeting. So she had a meeting with this organization founded by David Rockefeller. It says this working session occurred hours after Corina Sosa Machado, the opposition leader's daughter, received a medal in honor of her mother's name from the same organization. So here are some things that they discussed, that Machado discussed in this meeting with ASCOR, right? So let me just skip some things here. I'm just skipping some things because we can't read all, right? So this is the conference that they had. So there was a panel of experts and technocrats and political actors. So look at this part here. The sale of Venezuela for $1 trillion. Here's what it entails. Here's her plan. The group involved in this ASCOR initiative appears to be following a new path to money. This is explained by their profile and by Machado's proposal. She made explicit that under an unlikely opposition-led government, Venezuela would open up itself to foreign investment, with potential to generate $1 trillion of wealth in 15 years. To achieve this goal, Machado referred to privatizing national hydrocarbon companies and transnationalizing the country's oil and gas reserves. You all hear that? She referred to Venezuelan oil reserves as the largest in the world, indicating that foreign control would present an opportunity for the generation of wealth that would benefit U.S. and Western companies. Wow. This opportunity, according to Machado, covers the entire hemisphere and investors who will benefit from unprecedented conditions from day one. She also alluded to other resources. She said, we also have abundant resources of iron, gold, and minerals. So this is, I'll stop here, but this is the plan of Machado. That's the opposition leader who they want to install in place of Maduro, right? Israel just gave her a Nobel Peace Prize. Listen, so this is why they want a regime change. Because she's literally handing on face value the United States, but which is really the Jews, because it's privatization you're speaking about. She's literally handing Venezuela oil reserves and its iron and gold and minerals on a silver platter to America. That's what she's basically doing. And that's what Trump wants. And that is why people should question in Trinidad and Tobago, our politicians, specifically our prime minister, what did you agree to? You know? What did you agree to? She had a dinner with personnel from the U.S. Embassy just recently. What did you all speak about? What you agreed to? Because somehow she's banking on getting oil from Venezuela. But if you are supporting all these tensions and basically war against Venezuela, then something was promised. Were you promised to get free oil? Because nothing is free. Were you promised to get free oil when Venezuela's oil become owned by American companies? Will you promise oil at a cheaper price? What? Because something had to be agreed on. I do not believe that she's just blind and naive. I don't believe that. Her mind has to be open up to at least some layer of the evil. Her mind may not be open up to all the layers, but at least some layer she knows, and we are not being told. And that's why what's the vice president name of Venezuela? I forgot her name. That's why she would respond and say, when she sent out a statement to Kamala, she said Trinidad have to buy every drop of Venezuela's oil. Every drop. My computer is taking now for me to get the name. Every drop. That's why she would say that, because she knows what's taking place. And she has the suspicion that Trinidad probably agreed to something, right? Delcy Rodriguez, thank you. So, something's happening, and there's a definite silence from our government. And we have to take it upon ourselves to find out what's going on. So, and what's going on is illegal. It is illegal. And there's two videos here I want to show you, just highlighting some of those points about the illegality of what's taking place. So we could perhaps take a look at that, and then we'll go into this whole SOFA agreement. Right? Take a look at this here.
Insists these strikes are consistent with international law. Do you agree with that?
No, it's murder. It's very simple. If this president feels that they're doing something illegally, then he should be using the Coast Guard. If this is an act of war, then you use our military, and then you come and talk to us first. But this is murder. It's sanctioned murder that he is doing that. And it's very simple for someone like him to talk about killing people or doing something in the name of war. He's never actually served. He's never actually pulled a trigger. And it's very dangerous what he's doing, both to our international relations, to our friends down in South America, and to these men and women that have to make these calls for a president that has zero understanding about the responsibility someone has when it comes to having to make life and death decisions. It's disgusting what he's doing.
And that's plain and simple, right? That's plain and simple. And so are you telling me that our defense minister, who is a lawyer of 20-something years, can't see that simple fact? It is murder. And as he said, if the people that you bombed are doing something illegal, then you have your Coast Guards. That's the same point Brother Kwame was making earlier. You have your Coast Guards. Okay, ramp up your border security. Ramp up your coastline security. And you have enough, America has enough personnel to do that. Enough personnel to do that. Intercept the boats. Seize the illegal drugs. Detain the drug traffickers. Send them back to their countries. If you want to penalize them, ask the countries to extradite them back. Ask the countries to penalize them. There are means provided in both local and international laws to deal with drug traffickers, and none of those laws include death penalty. Yes, Brother Kwame.
You know, when you're looking at drug operations and the trafficking of drugs, is a chain. To be able to really destroy the whole operations, you would really need intelligence to understand the chain of operations, how the drugs are being trafficked, how it is being produced. And therefore, when you have the opportunity to capture traffickers trafficking, it is much more intelligence needed to clamp down on the whole operations. Therefore, it is an asset to capture these men, to gather information, to get them to talk. And this is something does happen when you really want to clamp down on these operations. You give them plea deals and you have the methods of getting them to talk and getting information. Therefore, you're looking to really understand the full operation and be able to destroy the whole thing and capture the culprits. But when you just go and you see the opportunity and that is why you're telling we too, because we don't even know if it's opportunity. But let me give you the benefit of the doubt, which we're not really giving you. But let me just say, you go and you just kill everybody. No intelligence gathered. So you're really not interested because this is just the men who just carrying it. They will just get more men to carry. Everybody looking to get the fast dollar to carry, to take the risk. So you're not really operating on intelligence to be able to destroy the operations. So it really shows us you're really not about drug fighting. It is not about that. Because all the actions show that is just a smoke screen. You blow up 2-3 ships, say it's drugs, and push that narrative while you have your agenda.
We already have intelligence gathering that shows Venezuela is not a source of drug coming to the United States. You already have Intel showing that. So if Intel shows Venezuela is not a source of drug coming to the United States, then since Intel tells you that, what means the narco-terrorism of the war in Venezuela if Venezuela is the source of the narcotics coming to the United States? You're fighting Venezuela like if they are the source of the narcotics coming into the United States when Intel is telling no, they are not the source of it. So you see what is actually quoted there in that thing there, in that thing from the woman, but the opposition leader, right? And Sister Anissa play a video how she just recently talking to Trump's son. She admit this with Venezuela and the oil and other resources and things that the country have. She said the same exact thing in a video with an interview with President Trump's son. It's the same exact thing is written in that paper there. You understand? It is to show the woman literally has that as a plan. She has as a plan to give over the wealth into the hands of the United States of America. So it's not a one of drugs. You prove yourself to be just about murder and you want to fulfill the lust of your handlers. Because not only did she make a plan there, it has other documents that show up that she's signing certain things of cooperation with herself and Netanyahu. It has other things shows that too. And his signature on paper with her too. So it's a clear thing there's a clear thing he's fulfilling the lust of the Jews in that. But while he's fulfilling the lust of the Jews in that, he's displaying the terrible state of his conscience. He's a murderer. That man is a murderer. He loves murder.
Okay, so let me see. Right. There was this guy who made some points. I don't know who the guy is, but the point that he made was true. So if I could just play this here. He made some points about what Trump is doing being wrong and illegal. And those are some points that should be repeated, in answer to what's happening. So take a look at this here.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters.
Well, he's not on Fifth Avenue, but he is launching airstrikes on Venezuelan boats that he claims are carrying cocaine and fentanyl to the U.S. But there's 5 big problems with this story. Number 1, there's no proof. There have been no reported attempts to intercept the boats in the Caribbean, no arrests, no trials, no convictions, and no evidence of imminent physical threat to the United States. We're just supposed to trust Trump, a twice impeached convicted criminal, to do the right thing. Number 2, he's killing civilians. It doesn't matter if they're drug dealers, fishermen, gun smugglers, or Christian missionaries. They're still civilians. In America, every defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and no president can crown himself judge, jury, and executioner. But even if they were guilty, drug dealers are not subject to the death penalty under U.S. law. Even El Chapo, one of the most notorious drug dealers in modern history, was arrested, put on trial, and convicted in the U.S. court of law. Number 3, it's all a stunt. U.S. officials say the route under attack carries cocaine and marijuana to Europe and Africa, not the United States. Most of the world's cocaine is produced in Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, and it's smuggled to the U.S. through the Pacific side, not the Caribbean, where the airstrikes are happening. And as for fentanyl, Venezuela doesn't even supply it. It's made almost entirely in Mexico with chemicals imported from Asia. But you don't see Trump launching airstrikes on Tijuana and Cancun. Number 4, they're not terrorists. Even if the people Trump is killing are drug dealers, there's no evidence that they're actually terrorists. In fact, if they pose such a grave danger to the homeland, why did the U.S. release 2 survivors of a recent airstrike to their home countries instead of putting them on trial? And why did the U.S. destroy another boat that reportedly turned around before it was hit? Attacking people who are moving away from you is not self-defense. It's murder. And number 5, they're not all Venezuelan. Part of the problem is that we don't know the identities of the victims, but 2 of the recent people killed were black people from Trinidad, and the 2 people who survived another recent attack came from Colombia and Ecuador. But Trump wants to provoke a war with Venezuela, so facts be damned. Admiral Alvin Halsey, the Pentagon's military commander in the region, just stepped down after reportedly raising concerns about the mission. As the top-ranking black official, he was sure to be set up to take the fall. But now that he's gone, it's up to the rest of us to raise our voices about this abuse of power before it's too late. Trump may be right that he can shoot somebody and get away with it, but if we allow any president to ignore the law and kill the people we hate, who's going to stop him when he kills the people we love?
And those things are true. It has nothing to do with totally being black, though, but you can understand he is a racist. But the talking points are true. So, yes, Sister Anissa is referring to Machado sending a letter. As a matter of fact, let me share my screen and show that. Machado did send a letter asking Netanyahu to intervene in Venezuela. Look at this tweet here. Maria Carino Machado, she posted this on X. She said, "Today, I'm sending a letter to Mauricio Macri, President of Argentina, and to Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, to ask them to apply their strength and influence to advance in the dismantling of the criminal Venezuelan regime, intimately linked to drug trafficking and terrorism." You'll see that? She literally asked Netanyahu to apply his strength and influence, Israel's strength and influence, to advance in, not started, to advance in the dismantling of the Venezuelan regime. See that? And look at this letter here. This letter signed between the Likud party, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's party, and Machado's party. Look at this inter-party agreement here. Pursuant to this official document, the Foreign Relations Division of the Likud Party, represented by Eli Vered Hazan, and the Vente Venezuela Party, represented by Maria Corina Machado, undertake to forge an alliance between our two parties to cooperate in political, ideological, and social matters, as well as advancing cooperation on issues related to strategy, geopolitics, and security, among others, in order to create operational partnership. Y'all see that? Oh my God. The goal is to bring the people of Israel closer to the people of Venezuela while advancing together the Western values to which both parties subscribe: freedom, liberty, and a market economy. Both parties pledged to maintain contact and actively cooperate. This was July 21st, 2020. An agreement signed between Benjamin Netanyahu's party and Maria Machado. They will work together to change. They will work together to do something about Venezuelan regime. To work together on political, ideological, and social issues when it comes to Venezuela. Strategy, geopolitics, and security. Don't think it's easy. The woman is literally an Israeli puppet. Israel's puppet. So, Netanyahu is a tyrant. Yes, he is. He doesn't believe in any freedom. So I'm looking at the time, and bear with me, I won't be able to show a lot of things, right? When it comes to, there's more to look at when it comes to their pursuit of the oil, and, Venezuela being the largest oil reserve and it being an economic war. Literally let me see how long this video is. Let me probably just play this last video here, and we want to go into the SOFA agreement, because I really can't show everything, and I don't want this video to be too lengthy, right? So one last video on Venezuela being an economic hit job. That's what it's really about. And we want to do some reading on the SOFA agreement. Listen to this here.
We economic hitmen really have been the ones responsible for creating this first truly global empire. And we work many different ways. But perhaps the most common is that we will identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, and then arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money never actually goes to the country. Instead, it goes to our big corporations to build infrastructure projects in that country, power plants, industrial parks, ports, things that benefit a few rich people in that country, in addition to our corporations, but really don't help the majority of the people at all. However, those people, the whole country is left holding a huge debt. It's such a big debt they can't repay it, and that's part of the plan, that they can't repay it. And so at some point, we economic hitmen go back to them and say, listen, you lost a lot of money, can't pay your debt, so sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. Allow us to build a military base in your country, or send troops in support of ours to someplace in the world like Iraq, or vote with us on the next UN vote. To have their electric utility company privatized and their water and sewage system privatized and sold to U.S. corporations or other multinational corporations. So there was a whole mushrooming thing, and it's so typical of the way the IMF and the World Bank work. That you put a country in debt, it's such a big debt it can't pay it, and then you offer to refinance that debt and pay even more interest. And you demand this quid pro quo, which you call a conditionality or good governance, which means basically that they've got to sell off their resources, including many of their social services, their utility companies, their school systems sometimes, their penal systems, their insurance systems, to foreign corporations.
And this is exactly what has been taking place in Trinidad. Remember, during COVID, Raul said a statement, we had played it in one of our programs, when he said these big organizations, when you take a loan from them, they want certain things too. You understand? And Rowley said that plain in one of those press conferences. And Trinidad being in debt to these organizations like the IMF and whatever other international organization that Trinidad would take loans from and be indebted to, don't think it's just alone. I know, yeah, that is it. No, there are things that you would have to agree to. There are positions that you will have to put your country in. There are resources that you would have to give them because you can't afford to pay the debt. And that's what our politicians have been doing for years now. It's called an economic hit job.
So it's a double, triple, quadruple whammy. The precedent for economic hitmen really began back in the early 50s when democratically elected Mossadegh, who was elected in Iran, he was considered to be the hope for democracy in the Middle East and around the world. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. But one of the things that he'd run on and began to implement was the idea that foreign oil companies needed to pay the Iranian people a lot more for the oil that they were taking out of Iran. The Iranian people should benefit from their own oil. Strange policy. We didn't like that, of course. But we were afraid to do what we normally were doing, which was to send in the military. Instead, we sent in one CIA agent, Kermit Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt's relative. And Kermit went in with a few $1 million and was very, very effective and efficient. And in a short amount of time, he managed to get Mossadegh overthrown and brought in the Shah of Iran to replace him, who always was favorable to oil. And it was extremely effective.
Mobs overflow Tehran. Army officers shout that Mossadegh has surrendered and his regime as virtual dictator of Iran is ended. Pictures of the Shah are paraded through the streets as sentiment reverses. The Shah is welcomed home.
So back here in the United States, in Washington, people looked around and said, wow, that was easy and cheap. So this established a whole new way of manipulating countries, of creating empire. The only problem with Roosevelt was that he was a card-carrying CIA agent, and had he been caught, the ramifications could have been pretty serious. So very quickly at that point, the decision was made to use private consultants to channel the money through the World Bank or the IMF or one of the other such agencies, to bring in people like me who worked for private companies, so that if we got caught, there would be no governmental ramifications. When Arbenz became president of Guatemala, the country was very much under the thumbs of United Fruit Company, the big international corporations. And Arbenz ran on the ticket that says, you know, we want to get the land back to the people. And once he took power, he was implementing policies that would do exactly that, give the land rights back to the people. United Fruit didn't like that very much. And so they hired a public relations firm, launched a huge campaign in the United States to convince the United States people, the citizens of the United States, and the press of the United States, and the Congress of the United States, that Arbenz was a Soviet puppet. And that if we allowed him to stay in power, the Soviets would have a foothold in this hemisphere. And that, at that point in time, was a huge fear on everybody's mind, the Red Terror, the Communist Terror. And so, to make a long story short, out of this public relations campaign came a commitment on the part of the CIA and the military to take this man out. And in fact, we did. We sent in planes, we sent in soldiers, we sent in jackals, we sent everything in to take him out. Power. The Soviets would have a foothold in this hemisphere.
Sister Ashley, we're not hearing anything, right? She's stuck.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but like your video's stuck.
Right. So I'm sorry.
And the computer screen blank.
Yes, I do apologize. Something is happening with my computer, and I don't know. It's frozen. I can't even click or touch anything. So just give me one moment. Let me come out and come back in.
And by the time when she go out and she coming back in, right? Like you have Ella have a very nice comment or she come back in.
Okay. So, Bernardina is on and commenting. He said, we can see that the role of judge and the ministering of penalty that belongs to the Day of Atonement is being appropriated by dragon-speaking governments that deny international law. We face this blasphemy in the time of the Day of Atonement. Amen. So Trump is playing judge and he's administering penalty. He's disregarding international law. And that is being done in the time of the Day of Atonement, which is the judgment is going on, the investigative judgment is going on. And that is the blasphemy being done by the Trump administration. Playing judge, jury, and executioner. Have no regard for international law. So let me see if I could finish that video there. I am sorry. Give me one moment. That video is crucial to understand how they do economic hit jobs on countries. We saw what the guy explained, right? So let me see if I could find back. One moment, let me carry it forward. One moment. I could remember where he reached. I can't remember exactly where he reached. If you could remind me, did he reach the part with Ecuador or the part with Finland? Do you recall seeing anything about Ecuador or Finland yet? Let me play it from here.
The country was very much under the thumbs of United Fruit Company, the big international corporations. And Arbenz ran on this ticket that says, you know, we want to get the land back to the people. And once he took power, he was implementing policies that would do exactly that, give the land rights back to the people. United Fruit didn't like that very much. And so they hired a public relations firm, launched a huge campaign in the United States to convince the United States people, the citizens of the United States, and the press of the United States, and the Congress of the United States, that Arbenz was a Soviet puppet. And if we allowed him to stay in power, the Soviets would have a foothold in this hemisphere. And that, at that point in time, was a huge fear on everybody's mind, the Red Terror, the Communist Terror. And so, to make a long story short, out of this public relations campaign came a commitment on the part of the CIA and the military to take this man out. And in fact, we did. We sent in planes, we sent in soldiers, we sent in jackals, we sent everything in to take him out, and did take him out. And as soon as he was removed from office, the new guy that took over after him basically reinstated everything to the big international corporations, including United Fruit. Ecuador, for many, many years, had been ruled by pro-U.S. dictators, often relatively brutal. Then it was decided that they were going to have a truly democratic election. Jaime Roldos ran for office, and his main goal, he said, as president, would be to make sure that Ecuador's resources were used to help the people. And he won, overwhelming, by more votes than anybody had ever won anything in Ecuador. And he began to implement these policies to make sure that the profits from oil went to help the people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. I was sent down as one of several economic hitmen to change Roldos, to corrupt him, to bring him around, to let him know, okay, you can get very rich, you and your family, if you play our game, but if you continue to try to keep these policies you've promised, you're going to go. He wouldn't listen. He was assassinated. As soon as the plane crashed, the whole area was cordoned off. The only people that allowed in were U.S. military from a nearby base and some of the Ecuadorian military. When an investigation was launched, two of the key witnesses died in car accidents before they had a chance to testify. A lot of very, very strange things that went on around the assassination of Jaime Roldos. I, like most people who've really looked at this case, have absolutely no doubt that it was an assassination. And of course, in my position as an economic hitman, I was always expecting something to happen to Jaime, whether it be a coup or assassination. I wasn't sure, but that he would be taken down because he was not being corrupted. He would not allow himself to be corrupted the way we wanted to corrupt him.
So these CIA agents, they are economic hitmen. They would go into the country and by the way, CIA agents come into your country under the guise of the U.S. Embassy. I'll just leave that there. That's why they come in the country under the guise of the U.S. Embassy. So they come in the country, they seek to corrupt the politician, and if the politician doesn't want to be corrupted, there's either be a coup against him or he'll be assassinated. That's how economic hit jobs work. That's how the CIA works to get control of their country's resources. They come in with their money, they seek to corrupt the politician, they will listen to all the campaign promises that the politician promised to the people. They'll seek to corrupt them and tell them, listen, you can't achieve those policies, because of so and so and so, based on their foreign interests. And they will offer them money to not follow through with those campaign promises and to enact policies that would be for the furtherance of the interests of America's security interests and foreign policies, which we know is controlled by Israel.
That's sounding like APAC 2.2.
Yeah. And if the politician refuses the money, refuses to be bought, there would either be a coup against him or assassination. And this guy was an economic hitman, and he is explaining to you exactly how they operate with countries. Just to take over the wealth and the oil or whatever resources that the country have.
Omar Torrijos, president of Panama, was, one of my favorite people. I really, really liked him. He was very charismatic. He was a guy who really wanted to help his country. And when I tried to bribe him or corrupt him, he said, look, John, he called me Juanito. He said, look, Juanito, I don't need the money. What I really need is for my country to be treated fairly. I need for the United States to repay the debts that you owe my people for all the destruction you've done here. I need to be in a position where I can help other Latin American countries win their independence and be free of this terrible presence from the north that you people are exploiting us so badly. I need to have the Panama Canal back in the hands of the Panamanian people. That's what I want. And so, leave me alone. Don't try to bribe me. It was 1981, and in May, Jaime Roldos was assassinated. And Omar was very aware of this. Torrijos got his family together and he said, I'm probably next. But it's okay, because I've done what I came here to do. I've renegotiated the canal. The canal will now be in our hands. He just finished negotiating the treaty with Jimmy Carter. In June of that same year, just a couple of months later, he also went down in an airplane crash, which there's no question was executed by CIA-sponsored jackals. Tremendous amount of evidence that one of Torrijos' security guards handed him at the last moment as he was getting on the plane a tape recorder, a small tape recorder that contained a bomb. It is interesting to me how this system has continued pretty much the same way for years and years and years, except the economic hitmen have got better and better and better. Then we come up with, very recently, what happened in Venezuela. In 1998, Hugo Chavez gets elected president, following a long line of presidents who had been very corrupt and basically destroyed the economy of the country. And Chavez was elected amidst all that. Chavez stood up to the United States And he's done it primarily demanding that Venezuelan oil be used to help the Venezuelan people. Well, we didn't like that in the United States. So in 2002, a coup was staged, which there's no question in my mind, and most other people's minds, that the CIA was behind that coup.
You're listening to that, right? Yeah, I do. Listen. This video is a masterpiece. I don't know if we will get censored because of this video, but listen, this is an economic hitman who is giving you evidence of what he has done and what he has been involved in. So Chavez, who when you search the internet, they will paint him as this bad man who did terrible to Venezuela's economy. We are being told that he wanted to help Venezuela to benefit from their own oil. And because he wanted to do that, America didn't like that. And they used CIA economic hitmen to cause a coup in Venezuela. And we have these confessions from an economic hitman who know about these things and have been involved in these things. You're paying attention. And yes, Cecilia, she said, pay attention. Since the 80s, the 1980s, they have been putting bombs in small devices, the tape recorder. Yep. So if they're doing that since the 80s, then they can more than well make a lapel mic. Let me check back. YouTube. 1 second. I'm seeing YouTube being fine. Let me check it. Someone is telling me YouTube is down. So, if they could do that since the 80s, they could do it with a lapel mic now, right? Oh yes, YouTube. I'm sorry. YouTube is unavailable because it says the stream has been suspended for policy violations. I'm sorry. Let me see if I could play this video and then I'll come back on YouTube with the SOFA agreement, right?
The way that coup was fomented was very reflective of what Kermit Roosevelt had done in Iran, of paying people to go out into the streets, to riot, to protest, to say this Chavez is very unpopular. You know, if you can get a few thousand people to do that in television, you can make it look like it's the whole country, and things start to mushroom. Except in the case of Chavez, he was smart enough, and the people were so strongly behind him that they overcame it, which was a phenomenal moment in the history of Latin America. Iraq actually is a perfect example of the way the whole system works. So we economic hitmen are the first line of defense. We go in and we try to corrupt governments and get them to accept these huge loans, which we then use as leverage to basically own them. If we fail, as I failed in Panama with Omar Torrijos and in Ecuador with Jaime Roldos, men who refuse to be corrupted, then the second line of defense is we send in the jackals. And the jackals either overthrow governments or they assassinate. And once that happens and a new government comes in, boy, it's going to toe the line because the new president knows what will happen if he doesn't. In the case of Iraq, both of those things failed. Economic hitmen were not able to get through to Saddam Hussein. We tried very hard. We tried to get him to accept a deal very similar to what the House of Saud had accepted in Saudi Arabia, but he wouldn't accept it. And so the jackals went in to take him out. They couldn't do it. His security was very good. After all, he had one time worked for the CIA. He'd been hired to assassinate a former president of Iraq and failed, but he knew the system. So in '91, we send in the troops and we take out the Iraqi military. So we assume at that point that Saddam Hussein is going to come around. We could have taken him out, of course, at that time, but we didn't want to. He's the kind of strong man we like. He controls his people. We thought he could control the Kurds and keep the Iranians in their border and keep pumping oil for us. And then once we took out his military, now he's going to come around. So the economic hitmen go back in the 90s without success. If they'd had success, he'd still be running the country. We'd be selling him all the fighter jets he wants and everything else he wants. but they couldn't. They didn't have success. The Jackals couldn't take him out again, so we sent the military in once again, and this time we did the complete job and took him out, and in the process created for ourselves some very, very lucrative construction deals. Had to reconstruct a country that we essentially destroyed, which is a pretty good deal if you own construction companies, big ones. So, Iraq shows the three stages. The economic hitmen failed there, the Jackals failed there, and as a final measure, the military goes in. And in that way, we've really created an empire, but we've done it very, very subtly. It's clandestine. All the empires of the past were built on the military, and everybody knew they were building them. So the British knew they were building them, the French, the Germans, the Romans, the Greeks, and they were proud of it. And they always had some excuse like spreading civilization, spreading some religion, something like that. But they knew they were doing it. We don't. The majority of the people in the United States have no idea that we're living off the benefits of a clandestine empire, that today there's more slavery in the world than ever before.
Okay, so you all saw that? That is the confessions of an economic hitman, and that is how America uses the CIA, which is, the CIA is really, I would label it another arm of the Mossad, because that's how they function. And they have an interesting date of when they were founded as well. But that's how America uses the CIA to basically take another country's resources. They perform an economic hit job. If they can't control the politician, if they can't corrupt the politician, if they can't bribe the politician, they will seek to replace the politician by one who they can bribe and corrupt. They would seek to cause a coup, or they would seek to assassinate them. So this has nothing to do with UNC versus PNM. And who vote for UNC and who vote for PNM, they are all corrupt politicians. If they are not doing anything that benefits the average man, they are corrupt politicians. If all they do is benefit the 1%, they are corrupt politicians. Ramina said again and again, the lust of money is the root of all evil. There is no grace of salvation there, no justification, just judgment of death. Exactly. The lust of money is the root of all evil. So if you find your prime minister acting strange, why is she taking such a position? Why are all politicians taking such a position? Hey, the lust of money is the root of all evil. That is one thing that we know. So something happening somewhere where money is concerned. People are selling their consciences for money because they have no salvation. They are not justified. They are not converted. So the unconverted man, whose heart prevenient grace is not reigning over, who is not submitting himself to having a good conscience, the lust of money is the root of all evil. Some money passed somewhere. Some corruption is happening somewhere. You can rest assured that it's that. So now we want to look at the SOFA agreement, because our government in Trinidad here is seeking to put the population to sleep concerning this impending war, and they are telling the population that the US usually come and do this kind of training, something that always happens. So it's not something to be worried about. That's what they're seeking. They're seeking to quiet the fears and the concerns of Trinidadians and Tobagonians by these claims, these narratives, as we saw in the recent statement put out this evening in response to, I forgot her name again, I'm sorry, Venezuela Vice President statement, right? So first I'm going to read for you a section of an article that sought to explain what the SOFA agreement is about. This is something Trinidad signed on to. And then I want to read for you a section of the SOFA agreement itself. So please bear with me. Here we are coming to an end. We're just going to do this last section here because we ought to understand what this is. And I know a lot of people wouldn't want be able to endure long videos and lengthy readings. But for those who are interested, we need to understand what this is. And perhaps you could explain it to those who don't endure these lengthy things. Because Trinidadians really don't know what's taking place in. Some of them are actually happy to think that they're getting extra security from the United States, especially with this scenario that happened over the weekend where it is alleged a Venezuelan Coast Guard vessel run down some fishermen on their boats. Yeah. Some people are saying, oh, they're happy we have some extra security from the US. And they're banking on the bully to help us. And they don't know what the government have signed on to. So, this article was from December 2024. What is the status of forces agreement? In short, it's called SOFA. And brethren, this thing is shocking to what our government signed on to. So this is under the PNM administration here. They were signing an extension to the SOFA agreement, the status of forces agreement. This signing here was done in December 2024. This signing was to extend the expiration date. So it was expiring in January 2025. The 1st of January, I think, 2025. That agreement, I think there was an expiration date every 2 years. So since 2007, this agreement have been entered into, and it expires every 2 years. So from 2007 to now, at different times, there would be certain changes made to the agreement to accommodate various things in the agreement and also to fit things in the agreement in accordance to US laws and Trinidadian laws, right? And every 2 years it would expire. So with this signing here with Kate Rowley in December 2024, this signing was to do away with the expiration date factor. So now it's no longer, well, we signed this agreement and it's going to expire in 2 years and we have to sign again to agree or not. Now there's no expiration date. So we are part of the SOFA agreement indefinitely until renegotiations between Trinidad and America. And this is Admiral Hosley, who retired recently, the guy in the white there. He was the head of the SOUTHCOM, the US branch of the military in the Caribbean here, in South America here. He was part of that signing, right? That's December 2024. So what is this agreement, this status of forces agreement that our country signed on to? This article sought to simplify it, which is why I'm reading the article first. I'm going to read portions of the article first because it sought to simplify what the agreement is about. And then I really want to go into the agreement itself and at least read some of it, so we can see it from the agreement itself and what the article may have left out, right? So it says here, the status of forces agreement between US and Trinidad and Tobago was entered into in early 2013. This article says that, but when you look on Google, you will see even from 2007 under the Manning administration, right? So don't hold me to this date here. I haven't seen anything from 2007 in terms of the PDFs of the agreement itself. I have only seen as early as 2013, but that's what Google says. So don't hold me to the specific dates here. The only evidence I have is from 2013. So it says, while Kamala Prasad Bisesa's People's Partnership government was in office, That version of the agreement was published on the U.S. Department of State website, and we're gonna look at that version after. It says it was extended by diplomatic note on December the 19th, 2022. The embassy has the further honor to propose to the government of Trinidad, the embassy has the further honor to propose to the government of the Republic of TNT that the government of the US and the government of the Republic of TNT agree to further extend the 2013 SOFA without any other changes for an additional 2 years from its expiration date, January 1st, 2023 to January 1st, 2025. The diplomatic note on December 19th, 2022 said. So that's just the introductory note, right, where they want to extend the expiration date from the 2013 one. So let me just skip a few things here, right? So on December 20, 2024, Fitzgerald Hines signed the amended SOFA agreement, and that is what we are under now currently, that amended agreement, that 2013 amended agreement, which was set in force the 1st of January 2025. So here's what it's about. In a statement on that day, the U.S. Embassy said the SOFA Status of Forces Agreement is an agreement which allows for military-to-military engagement. The U.S. and TT have had a SOFA agreement since 2007, right? This is what the U.S. Embassy said. Good. So look, there's a confirmation that this SOFA agreement have been in force since 2007, and that would be under the Manning administration. Good. That's confirmation there with that. But I don't have the 2007 agreement. I don't have as far back as that. I only have from 2013 going forward. So it says here, the new SOFA will bring the agreement in line with US and TT laws and will have no expiration date unless renegotiated. That's what Rowley and Fitzgerald Hines signed to in December 2024. That amended SOFA agreement, there's no expiration date. You have to come together with the United States and renegotiate that. So let me just skip a few things here. So Newsday also understands the amendments include clarification of the language used in the agreement. So Brother Damani, who was in the radio program group, he was saying that he would compare the 2013 to the 2024 one. You could pay attention to this article here. The 2024 SOFA agreement has not been published yet by the U.S. Department of State. But from this article, we could get an idea of what the recent amendments included. So the recent amendments include clarification of the language used, including that it allows for civilian employees of the DoD, the U.S. Department of Justice, to qualify for immunities. The immunities no longer apply to Department of Defense, not just the Department of Defense contractors. So before it would have, the immunities would have applied to Department of Defense contractors. Now it applies to civilian employees of the Department of Defense. The SOFA makes allowances for the Department of Defense law enforcement officers to carry firearms while deployed in TNT and for driver's permits for those employees. It also makes allowances for U.S. military commanders to discipline U.S. servicemen deployed to TNT in TNT. U.S. troops can be deployed to TNT with the permission of the TNT government in times of natural disaster. The U.S. can also request permission, listen to this part, the U.S. can also request permission to deploy troops to TNT using SOFA in the event of a conflict in nearby Venezuela. That is the opportunities opened up by Trinidad signing that SOFA agreement. So while Rowley is condemning Kamala for not holding the CARICOM CARICOM's position on the Caribbean remaining a zone of peace. Hey, this SOFA agreement predates Kamala, even predates Rowley, the administration. Rowley signed an agreement that basically opens the way for U.S. to deploy their troops in Trinidad in event of a conflict with Venezuela. You're seeing what this SOFA agreement is about, right? Let me know if you all understand it, because I don't just be reading, want to make sure you all understand.
Yes, amen. I get it clearly. It is showing that they could deploy troops in event of a natural disaster, but they can also request permission to deploy troops in the event of a conflict with Venezuela, and that is happening right now. So they could deploy the troops here. They could request anything the government going and say no. What this agreement is about, and when they sign in this agreement, they must offer you something. It's not just okay. Well, we can just come and deploy troops. What you're getting in return for that? What it is they giving you? What it is they offering you? And this is what you compliant. All right, you offer us what for these things?
Exactly. Unless you're just naive and think, well, we're getting training, our military getting training in case anything happen, we have training from the US, this kind of mentality, I highly doubt our politicians that stupid and naive. I want to believe that. So here's what
I find that real specific though. The part with Venezuela. Like that real, like that, I find that real specific.
This is the Newsday reporter making that specification, but in the actual agreement they didn't say Venezuela specifically. But it has broad language that would make room for that. Because remember, they're fighting transnational crimes and security cooperation. So it would include that. And I see it is that broad language that opens the way for Trump to say, well, we have some transnational crime happening with these narco terrorists from Venezuela, and Maduro is a drug kingpin. Now imagine Trump and them saying Maduro is a drug dealer, a big drug dealer, and at the same time they're offering $50 million for evidence to prove that he's a drug dealer. Oh my God. But yeah, the SOFA agreement uses language in a broad way, so they could fit their narrative and say, well, this is a transnational crime that is affecting our national security. So we could ask Trinidad to come and set up base here to fight it, It literally makes room for that. So that's why the Newsday person would specify Venezuela there. So let me just skip some things here just for time. All these things is where they sought to get some statements from Fitzgerald Hines, but they didn't get any response from him. So listen to this here. What the 2013 SOFA says. TNT has been a signatory of the Status of Forces Agreement since 2007. After meetings of the U.S. Embassy officials and the TT government early in 2013, a SOFA was agreed to. Now listen to this. It made allowances for military and civilian personnel of the U.S. Department of Defense and DoD contractors who may be temporarily present in TNT in connection with mutually agreed activities defined as such activities for which the government of Trinidad and Tobago shall transmit its approval in writing through diplomatic channels to U.S. authorities. From the date this agreement enters in force through December 31st, 2015. It made provisions for U.S. personnel to enter and exit TNT with their U.S. IDs, the acceptance of U.S. issued professional licenses and driver's permits, wear their U.S. issued uniforms while carrying out official duties, and carry their firearms while on duty, if authorized to do so by their orders. The embassy further proposes that the government of TNT shall designate the U.S. of America as a designated state in accordance with Section 4 of the Visiting Forces Act, Chapter 1404 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, and such designation shall not expire before the end of December 2015. Now here is where I want to go into the act itself to read out those specifics, because this article here just quoting some of the specifics, right? And let me just skip this here. Let's go to the agreement itself, because this article is just quoting pieces of it. Right? Nice. So, one moment. Good. Let me share my screen again. Oh. So, Sheila Fate is saying the Caribbean zone of peace term is vague because Venezuela was in conflict with Guyana and Trinidad, but all the other Caribbean nations had no threats. Well, actually, there are specifics. When the CARICOM leaders agreed to the Caribbean being a zone of peace, there are specific things that they agreed to. One of the things is they agreed to respect and maintain the sovereignty of each nation, and they agreed to respect the rule of law. They agree to respect international law, and if there are any issues, they would have dialogue. So those are some of the specifics when the CARICOM leaders agreed to the Caribbean being a zone of peace. Those are specific things. So when Kamala, and those are parts that I wasn't able to go in tonight and show you all those things we had to look at, but when Kamala Prasad Bisesa had that meeting with CARICOM and didn't agree with the rest of CARICOM leaders with maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace, it means that she did not agree with each nation being sovereign. It means that she did not agree with the rule of law. It means that she did not agree to obeying international law. So it's not a vague term at all. There are specifics that each Caribbean country has to agree to when they agree to the CARICOM's position on maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace. But you see, Trinidadians will like look into those things much, right? They just say zone of peace, oh, we don't have no peace, and you just blank-minded about it. I mean, they really don't know, right? But they could look into it. As a matter of fact, Rowley posted specifics about the zone of peace just recently, right? And Mia Motley gave a speech about it just recently. So when Kamala didn't agree with that, it means she doesn't respect international law. She doesn't respect sovereignty. She doesn't respect the rule of law. She has no regard for it. That's not a minor thing there. That's something to take note of. Your prime minister literally did not agree with those things. You know what it would mean? If you want to understand what that would mean, just think about Netanyahu and Gaza. Just think about Netanyahu and Gaza. But let me just pull up the status of forces here. Right? Good. The status of forces agreement 2013. One moment. Oh my God. I'm sorry, right? My computer is doing something crazy here. One moment. Okay. Let me know if you're all seeing this here. Let me see.
Let's blow it up.
I'm seeing an article. You seeing this next thing here with the defense status of water forces?
Yes, but that's how to blow it up a little more.
Okay, right. So this is the Treaties and Other International Acts series. This is the defense status of forces, right? And here you would see the agreement between the United States of America and Trinidad and Tobago extended the agreement of May the 22nd, 2013. Right? And there were some exchange notes in 2022. It was entered into force in December 2022. But this is these are the agreements that was made in 2013. So I'm going down. So this is the Embassy of the United States right into Trinidad. Not gonna read this part here, but this is just the diplomatic way of saying, hey, we want to extend the expiration date of the status of agreement, and we want to effect some notes that was some exchange of notes that was done. It's due to expire, and we want to extend the expiry date. That's basically what the embassy is writing to the government of Trinidad to do in that introduction part there. So I'm going to skip that. And Trinidad would respond, right? So this is Trinidad responding. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago presents its compliments to the Embassy of the United States and has the honor to acknowledge receipt of the embassy's note number 2022-371 dated December the 5th and so on. And the quote U.S. Embassy's request, right? So I'm skipping all that part there just for time's sake. And we're going to the details of the agreement itself. Just give me one moment here. 1 second. This one here. Okay. Let me share my screen again, right? Right. Right. Right, so again, this is the exchange notes at Port of Spain, February 20th to May the 22nd, 2013. So I'm going, again, I'm skipping the introductory statements and I'm going down to the details of the agreement, right? Please bear with me. These things are kind of lengthy. Right, look at here. Good. Starting from 1 second. Nice. Nice. So, you're all seeing this, right? So the Embassy of the United States of America presents its compliments to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and has the honor to refer to recent discussions between representatives of our two governments regarding issues related to United States military and civilian personnel defined as members of the United States Armed Forces and civilian employees of the United States Department of Defense, respectively, hereafter referred to collectively as U.S. States personnel, and United States contractors defined as non-Trinidad and Tobago legal entities and persons under contract to the United States Department of Defense, and their employees who are not nationals of Trinidad and Tobago who may be temporarily present in Trinidad and Tobago in connection with mutually agreed activities, defined as such activities for which the government of Trinidad and Tobago shall transmit its approval in writing through diplomatic channels to United States authorities. Right, from the date of this agreement enters into force through December the 31st, 2015. Right, so here are the details. Here what they propose. The embassy proposes that the United States personnel may enter and exit Trinidad and Tobago with United States identification and with collective movement or individual travel orders. That Trinidad and Tobago shall accept as valid all professional licenses issued by the United States, states thereof, or their political subdivisions to United States personnel for the provision of services to authorized personnel, and that Trinidad and Tobago authorities shall accept as valid, without a driving test or fee, driving licenses or permits used by the appropriate United States authorities to United States personnel for the operation of vehicles. So basically, any personnel coming from the United States under the Department of Defense, they refer to them as United States personnel. They have the United States driver's permit, and they are to be allowed in Trinidad to use that driver's permit without requiring them to do any driving tests or pay any fee, but basically acknowledge the driver's licenses or permits to be valid. Right? That is that first statement. That is what that is to do. Next one. The embassy further proposes that the United States personnel be authorized to wear uniforms while performing official duties and to carry arms while on duty if authorized to do so. I think that one is plain, right? Wear a uniform and to carry arms while in Trinidad. Again, the U.S. Embassy further proposes that the government of Trinidad and Tobago shall designate the United States of America as a designated state. We read this in the article, in accordance with Section 4 of the Visiting Forces Act, right? So I'm just going to skip that one. The U.S. Embassy proposes that the government of Trinidad and Tobago recognize the particular importance of United States Armed Forces maintaining discipline over United States personnel. So anybody, whether it's military officers or Department of Defense personnel or the contracted personnel, who are all labeled United States personnel here, if they do anything that requires discipline, Trinidad have no part to play with that. The U.S. military will discipline their own personnel, right? If anything is done that needs discipline. Again, the embassy further proposes that in the exercise of its sovereignty, the government of Trinidad and Tobago waive its right to exercise criminal and civil jurisdiction over United States personnel for any actions. When the United States determines that such acts were taken in the course of official duties, where cases of particular importance to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, any differences concerning whether an action was taken in the course of official duties shall be the subject of consultation between parties with a view of arriving at a mutually satisfactory resolution. During such consultations, the government of Trinidad and Tobago shall not exercise jurisdiction. So basically, if anything that is done that is unlawful, Trinidad and Tobago waive its right to exercise criminal and civil jurisdiction over that person. You all get that, right? So if any of the U.S. personnel does anything that is unlawful, Trinidad and Tobago cannot. They have no jurisdiction over them. You can't do anything about it. They'll have to have dialogue with the United States to come to a resolution. So it happened on your soil, but you have no jurisdiction. Right? So we're coming to the the part that is concerning, right? Now that part is concerning one, but people could argue some points there, but to me that part kind of opens the way for something happen on your soil by a US personnel and you can't do anything about it. So it says here, the embassy further proposes that in the exercise of its sovereignty, the government of Trinidad and Tobago waive its right. Did I just read that? Sorry. Oh, no. Waive its right to exercise criminal jurisdiction over United States personnel for actions taken outside the course of their official duties, except in cases of particular importance of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So if the US personnel is down here and outside of working hours or outside of the job duties, they do something unlawful, we cannot prosecute them. We have no jurisdiction over them. The US have to see about them, right? So there's that. If there's a case that is of particular importance to Trinidad, they have, I'm summarizing here for time's sake, they have 21 days to tell the United States authorities something that, okay, we are concerned about this particular case here. There was an offense done here and, something needs to be done. They have 21 days to do that. If they don't do it, then they basically waive their right to exercise jurisdiction over that person. Right? I'm skipping here. So if the US soldier do something unlawful, let's say he finishes his duties while in Trinidad and he goes on his personal time and he commits an offense in Trinidad have no jurisdiction over him to prosecute him or anything like that. America will do. They have to do that. That's what our leaders agreed to. Right, let me just have to skip some here, right? So basically this one here is just give me one moment. Sorry, one moment. Right, sorry, let me go back on the thing here. Nice. So you're hearing me, right? Let me know if you hear me still.
Yes.
Right. So this part here is for the US not to be charged any tax or any similar charge when it comes to US personnel coming into or going out of Trinidad. US personnel and their property, their equipment, their supplies, their technology, don't tax them when they're coming in and going out. That's basically what this part here is about. So I'm skipping that part. This part here is for US vessels and vehicles that is operated by personnel of the Department of Defense. They could enter, exit, and move freely within the territory of Trinidad and Tobago. And they shouldn't be subject to payment of overland transits and so on. Right? You don't have to pay to land or park, no port fees, no pilot charges, no harbor duties. So they could come, move about, and go, and don't charge them any fees. Right? So I'm skipping this again for time's sake. One moment. Please bear with me, brethren. I'm so sorry. This may move a little bit slow. Right. I'm just skipping some things here. It's talking about contractors not paying tax, not be solicited, and so on for their activities under this agreement. One moment. This one here is that the United States Armed Forces could use radio spectrum, their own radio spectrum in Trinidad. They could operate their own telecommunication systems in Trinidad here while they are here. Right? So, skipping that part again. One moment. I'm showing you what Trinidad agreed to, what the US could come and do down here. Right? Right. Okay. I have to skip some of this thing here. Just give me one moment. Those are some of the 2013 agreements, but I want to show you exactly whilst the US is operating down here doing those things and operating freely and able to bring their equipment and everything down here, there are specific things, just give me one moment, that they agreed to. You're seeing my camera, I'm seeing my camera is black.
Yes, it blank for a while now.
I didn't know that my camera is on.
It's buffering.
Okay.
Just when it was like that, you went out and came back in and yeah.
Oh, look, I'm back. Okay. Right, so I have a lot of things open up here. So just give me a moment. Let me find back the US Embassy fact sheet about the SOFA agreement and other things that we signed on to. So those are the things that generally what the US is allowed to do in Trinidad. So let me just show you one more thing here. And we'll stop there, right? 1 second. This one, okay. Second. I'm looking at the time. Is it this? Yes, look at this here. Right. So with this is the US Embassy in Trinidad and Tobago page. Look at this here. The United States and Trinidad and Tobago strengthen strategic partnership on security cooperation. So the 2013 agreement, it was renewed in 2022. Well, various times, right? It had one in 2017, it had one in 2022, and 2024, Rowley and they signed to extend the agreement indefinitely, right? So I'm carrying you two specific parts that are included in this agreement. So I know this is small. Let me see if I could zoom it. You should be able to see this now, right? Nice. So here's fact sheets. The SOFA is an agreement which allows for military-to-military engagement The United States and Trinidad and Tobago have had a SOFA agreement since 2007. The new SOFA will bring the agreement in line with US NTT laws and will have no expiration date unless renegotiated. Right? Look at this here. So in part of those agreements is this, right? So when they talk about security cooperations, here is part of it. So there's something called the Treaty of San Jose. The Treaty of San Jose, also known as the Agreement Concerning Cooperation in Suppressing Illicit Maritime and Air Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances in the Caribbean area, is an international agreement that aims to combat the trafficking of illicit drugs in the Caribbean region. The multinational treaty was signed on April 10, 2003. Trinidad and Tobago is signed up to the agreement as of December 7, 2024. So together with these SOFA agreements, and the SOFA agreement is, apart from humanitarian training, apart from natural disasters relief training, there's also transnational, to deal with transnational crimes and security operations. That agreement, the things agreed to under that goes hand in hand with the Treaty of San Jose, right? So under SOFA, the US military could bring their personnel, they are armed, they can move around freely, they're not under Trinidad jurisdiction, they could bring all their military equipments and everything down here for security cooperation and training and whatever. Imagine, now put that now together with this other treaty that was signed. I hope you're all getting the picture I'm showing you. So America is allowed to bring their personnel, all their war equipment and things down here in the name of training and security cooperation. And that together with this treaty. This treaty Trinidad signed on to fight against air trafficking of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean area, suppressing illicit maritime and air trafficking in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean area. You all understanding?
Yeah, so maritime there means by sea.
Yeah.
Therefore, it means to say when Kamala saying be calm and is just training or whatever it is, she lied because she know they sign on to this. Therefore, it is misleading the public. And when Alexander spoke and saying it's just ships coming and with schools or whatever, and the school children want to go on the ships and all these kind of things, they was misleading the public because we signed these agreements and therefore America could come and put the troops here, and because we signed on to fight this and Trump says is narco terrorists to deal with.
Exactly. So put these two agreements together, what do you have? You have Trinidad sign on to fight maritime and air trafficking narcotic drugs in the Caribbean area.
So when the Venezuelan government states that once you have these troops coming in on foot and whatnot, and it would be war, and it would be a declaration of war, and it would be within the right to strike those who have declared war upon them. And that would include us.
Exactly. That's why they are speaking the way they are speaking. Because combine this Treaty of San Jose together with the SOFA agreement, it would mean that Trinidad signed on with the US Department of Defense to fight sea and air trafficking of drugs and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean, And the US could bring their military personnel from the Department of Defense and all their equipment and technology on Trinidad and Tobago's soil to do that, to have their security cooperation, to fight the drug trafficking. So when Kamala and they come on and say, well, yeah, kill them all violently and we don't support the drugs and the drugs bleed Trinidad and Tobago, listen, she's not just speaking in the air and just making wild statements. These are agreements that our government signed on to.
And since we understand the real agenda is not about drugs, here we, because of these things we sign on to, become now complicit in the stealing of the oil and natural resources that the American government is interested in by the contra-humans bidding, doing the bidding of the contra-humans. So here our government become now complicit in that, under the smoke screen of fighting narco-terrorism, which is something they now create drugs, the trafficking of drugs.
Exactly. So in December 2024, when Kit Rowley signed the SOFA agreement, these are things that was also signed. The Treaty of San Jose, also known as the Agreement Concerning Cooperation with the U.S. in suppressing illicit maritime and air trafficking in narcotic and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean area. That's what he signed on to. So now when you see, oh my God, the United States using the SOFA agreement, using the San Jose agreement to now fight narco-terrorism, and he see possible war now, Trinidad could be in the middle of, he now condemning Kamala for not taking the CARICOM's position and maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace. But you signed on to the thing. Rowley signed on to it as well. So we just have politicians that just signing our country into these kind of predicaments where we could just be in the middle of a massive war that could destabilize the Caribbean for decades. We know we don't have decades on this earth, but you know what I mean. That's how long the destabilization would be. The entire Caribbean, and not just Trinidad, the entire Caribbean will be destabilized. All Trinidad had to do was maintain CARICOM's position as maintaining the Caribbean as a zone of peace. Respect sovereignty, let Venezuelans deal with their politics. Respect sovereignty, respect rule of law, respect international law. That's all then she needed to do. But not just her, even Kid Rowley, because look at the things that he signed on to. So that was something I wanted to show you all. So when you see our politicians speak, our prime minister speak, yes, I saw it, I'll read it. So when you see them speak, it's agreement is signed on to. It's not just speaking in the air, just like that. There are things that we signed to. So now we just in the middle of a, and I don't know what was the, I don't know why they signed. I don't know what other things that they agreed to. I don't know. And now Kate Rowley in December 2024, he signed off the expiration date. So it's indefinite now. Kamala have to call for renegotiation of these agreements. And I don't think she'll go up against the US to do that. So, yep, I'll stop there with this here.
You see, what I'm thinking, right? These people, all right, so look, you sign on to these things, right? Now it is a good thing to really fight against drugs and all these kind of things, right? it is a good thing to have joint efforts to fight against drugs and all these kind of things. But there must be evidence of that happening. There must be evidence of it happening, and the procedure must follow the rule of law. And that's how you sign these things. Well, it should sign. Any agreement, it must follow the rule of law, and there must be evidence. And that is what you could agree to, then you just put your whole nation in jeopardy, just signing things just with just broad, things just broad. So Trump just said it's narco-terrorism, and he declared the leader of Venezuela a narco-terrorist. No evidence, and that is the day. Just start to blow up things, and you sign on. We could not put troops on your soil and bring stuff there because all close to there, and all sign on to fight against drugs, marine and airtime. And you see, just like that, we just get caught up in something where we have no evidence of, just a president making statements with his mouth.
And on top of that, Brother Kwame, you have our Minister of Defense saying, well, you know, law is up to interpretation. And if they want to call them narco-terrorists, that's their prerogative. You have a Minister of Defense making a stupid statement like that. Instead of you disagree and show legally why it's wrong, you make stupid statements like that.
And you see, God does operate based upon the rule of his law. And therefore, there is a standard for us to function by. The rule of law is the standard. That would make our judgment righteous. And therefore, if it is you just following whatever this man say, what you're measuring, what he's saying, the claims he's making, what he's using to measure it, is the rule of law you have to use to measure it and show his actions is going against international law, and he cannot support that.
And the thing is, Brother Kwame, in the agreement, notice, and when it comes to bringing in the military, the U.S. military personnel and equipment, it makes one state with the permission of Trinidad and Tobago, yeah? So Trinidad and Tobago have the prerogative to say yes or no.
Yeah. But you know, when they say no, they're looking to put sanctions on you and tariffs and all kind of things. That's Trump method.
And the fact that you could say no, and then you look at what Kamala is doing, saying kill them all violently, and we support, and we are partners with the U.S., and we support what the U.S. doing, and we have security cooperations with them, and it shows that you just allowing our country to be used for the U.S. security concerns and foreign policies.
But you know what it said to me? Symbolically. And I was looking, and that was going through my mind earlier on as the program now began. Since we're expecting a global Sunday law which will begin in the United States of America and spread to the world, look, the first place to be influenced in the Caribbean from the United States is Trinidad and Tobago. So it shows us how, when the time comes, how, because in the Caribbean, we are like the leader in the Caribbean. And like a standard bearer or setter in the Caribbean. And therefore, under our Sunday law, when it starts in the United States and it seeks to spread all over the world, in the Caribbean, look, we see we are being targeted first. I'm not saying that is how it is going to be, but that is the impression I get on my mind in the beginning of the program as it was going through.
And I am looking for any other Caribbean countries that sign on to the SOFA agreement. And I'm only seeing Trinidad unless somebody could Google it and tell me what other country, because I'm Googling and I'm only seeing Trinidad. I'm not seeing another Caribbean country that signed on to that agreement. So Brother Dina said here, so the PNM is responsible for the nature of TT and USA military relationships, not the UNC. They are just following the agreements. Exactly. So when everybody said, when UNC wins, everybody wins and we win in a war. We get in a war. It's not UNC. It's Trinidad. Sorry, it's not UNC, it's PNM. From Manning to Rowley to Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And even when UNC was in power, before the PNM administration, they too was agreeing with it. Since 2007, you know. So, listen, the devil in pink and the devil in blue, yes? It's whoever. It doesn't matter who in power. If you don't have a leader with conscience, then you just have corrupt politicians. Weak politicians. And in Trinidad here, we have politicians that are just continuously joking around. So, I'm seeing Sister Anissa put a statement here. Let me just read that. And we have to come to a close after that. One moment here. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing another comment from Brandon as I'm looking for Sister Anissa's one. He said, since it is not domestic law, when international law is broken, then you take the prerogative of God's day of atonement, judgment, and right to give penalty, to play God in his court, which is blasphemy. So, as the United States is breaking international law, then you're playing God. Because you're judging and giving penalty in these extrajudicial killings. So, Sister Anissa, and the entire comment may not show, so I'll have to read it from my device. She said, based on my knowledge, TT is not alone. There are other CARICOM and OX countries who have signed different treaties for cooperation with the US in areas of fighting narcotics, human trafficking, facilitating certain level of military training on soil, areas of defense, etc. I picked up even in the way CARICOM and individual leaders of the islands speak reveals they are mindful of their relations with the US, including benefits, fundings they receive. What strikes me is that there seems to be something about Kamala's coming to office recently that allowed America to move in at this time to push their aims re-Maduro. Of course, TNT's proximity to Venezuela is an advantage, but why now with a just recent election? And that is a question that would indeed arise concerning the timing of this thing. That's why I question, what did she agree to something? Just recently, she had two U.S. Embassy personnel had dinner at her home, her personal home. I want to know what they spoke about. I want to know what she's not telling us. Right? So, okay, we have to stop here. Right? So, here's what I would close with. Back to Matthew chapter 24. Something Jesus said. Right? Something Jesus said in verse 6. He said, Matthew 24:6, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass. But the end is not yet. See that ye be not troubled, and that's the part I want to emphasize on. Jesus is the Prince of Peace. And he promised that in this world of trouble, we would have peace. He said, peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. So, Trump is being dubbed the President of Peace, whilst he is seeking so-called negotiations with Israel and Hamas and whatever. And whilst he's being labeled the President of Peace, he is literally looking to wage war on Venezuela. When they say peace, peace, sudden destruction cometh. But Christ tells us, listen, there's a peace that I could give that the world cannot give. And the Apostle Paul told us what that peace is in Romans chapter 5 and verse 1. In Romans chapter 5 verse 1, we are told, therefore being justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. So through justification that Christ gives, we could have psychological peace. We have to have a consciousness of that experience of peace. That psychological peace that unity with God brings. Because that's what justification does. It brings you back in unity with God. God dwells in your mind through the faith of Jesus Christ. And when one comes to appreciate the indwelling of God and the psychological peace that gives, then one would be able to face anything, any circumstances, any tumultuous state of things. Because this world is sinful and it's not going to get any better. It's going to be destroyed. And value for the indwelling of God, value for holiness, is what would get us through. Because every comfort will be taken away from us. The only comfort that cannot be taken away is the comforter, which is God himself. So whilst the world will be falling apart around us, we could only find comfort with the indwelling of God. And the only way you would benefit from that comfort is if you appreciate the indwelling of God, if you appreciate holiness, if you appreciate his God aloneness. And if you can't appreciate the indwelling of God for simple things, simple little things, in what you eat and what you drink and what you wear and where you go and friends you keep. If you give up the indwelling of God for simple things like that, it means you don't appreciate the indwelling of God. You don't appreciate his holiness. You don't have a view, a high view of his holiness. That's why you can just give it up so easy. And with an experience like that, when things happen, listen, you're going to lose your mind. You're going to lose your sanity. And tumultuous events are going to take place on this earth where people will lose their sanity. They will lose all conviction. They will lose all calming from prevenient grace. They will lose all sensitivity to that which is right. Listen, people will lose their minds, lose their sanity with the events that is about to happen upon the world. And our only safety in not losing our minds, not losing our sanity, not losing our psychological peace, is keeping the character of Christ, is keeping God dwelling in us. That's the only psychological protection that we have. And notice I'm saying psychological protection because don't even look for physical protection when it comes to the world. God will protect his own, but I mean, like, if God allows you to die, so be it, as long as you keep the indwelling of God. right? And that's where our safety lies. Whether we live or we die, the indwelling of God must be our highest ideal. That's number one. And number two, whilst we are seeking to have God as the highest ideal, and we are currently facing this impending war, we still need to have some physical preparations. So we are warning the brethren and counseling the brethren to stock up on some things. You never know what would happen, but stock up on some things. It would, even if it's just all talk and no bite, you would still have the things to use in the very near future, right? But stock up on some dry things that would last for a few months at least, right? So, if we neglect to do that, neglect is not a good trait in a Christian personality. We are seeing all the evidences. We know it's imminent and it's very well possible for us to be hit. So we have to prepare even any physical things. So don't be naive. Don't procrastinate. Don't make your neglect cause you to be in want. And then you're begging God to help you after. You say, no. God is showing you all the warnings now. Prepare now. Right? So, I don't know if the brethren want to say anything. We have got... Oh, I'm seeing one more comment from Brother Medina here. Amen, sister.
I would just add to what you're saying there by just saying, water. Water is very essential, and yeah, make sure you have water. Who is able to, make sure you have always have a reserve tank, if possible.
Amen.
And not to just depend on. There are people who depend on just water running through the taps. Seek to get yourself a tank or some barrels or bottles or something, some kegs, and you have that there by the grace of God.
Amen. So, Caesarea said, God is the judge and executioner of the whole earth. International law. Thus Trump is playing God, the God of this world. Exactly. Someone on YouTube is saying we need the dragon gas deal. I don't know who's right. 382. I saw something else here from Brother Medina. Brother Medina said, when one is justly created, he has divine peace of God. Sorry, he has divine peace as God giveth, not as the world gives. His peace is the attitude maintained by the Spirit being present. Amen. His peace is the attitude maintained by the Spirit being present. Amen. And lastly, Sister Anissa said here, oh, I see Del Precious have a comment too. One of the things we have to help people to come to see is why all this wickedness persists. We have to continue to strip fake Israel behind it and call them to the true Israel of God by justification, located in the Caribbean islands of the sea. Tuzia SDA Church, with whom the dragon is wrought and warring via fake Israel and those who stand with it, namely Trump's America. Yep. The fake Israel has been searching up names from the true Israel located in the Caribbean here. And they want us to get to be in the middle of a war. That is what they want. They want us to be in the middle of a war. Sister Del Precious said, Put not your trust in sinful men. These have no justification, no conversion, no justification. That's why countries are being sold out. Conscience is lost. Only God is judge. Why take away God's judgment trying to play God? An attack to wipe out the truth, even though prophecy showed demons cannot do this. A lot of people are going to their graves Christless, trying to wipe out the truth before it begins to be preached under the latter rain of the Holy Spirit. These devils are busy for evil. Take note. Amen. Amen. Well, as we always see, you can't do nothing against the truth, but for the truth. So we have reached 4 hours, which was not our intention at all. So we will close up here, right? So let us close here with a word of prayer. O kind and merciful Father which art in heaven, thou who art the Prince of Peace, thou who art our judge, thou who art the executioner, and our peace. We could only find that peace with your indwelling, the indwelling of your Holy Spirit. We know that the end is near and you are working upon the minds of men all over the world to receive the final preaching of the gospel. And the final preaching of the gospel is at hand. And we know that Satan is seeking to hinder that by death. By seeking to bring death upon your people who have the systematic theology, who have the perfect plan of salvation, who have an understanding of the perfect plan of salvation and understanding that the world needs to experience salvation. But help us to not be troubled nor afraid, because we know that there are specific events that ought to happen as outlined in prophecy, and the preaching of the gospel has to go forward so that every person in every nation, every kindred, every tongue would have a chance to hear the third angel's message and make their choice to serve you and to keep your law, especially your 7-day Sabbath. So help us to have that prophetic view in mind and trust that you would protect us according to your will. So please help us to keep your indwelling, to keep abiding in the character of Christ, keep learning the gospel of Christ and allowing it to change us so that we'll be vessels that will be used by you for your honor, your glory, and for the salvation of souls. These are the mercy that we do ask of you. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay. Okay, so grace and peace to everyone.
Amen.
Until next time. Bye.
Bye. Grace and peace.